Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and get started here if you're able to take your seats. So the Linn County Board of Supervisors was recessed. We will come out of recess. We are meeting at the Linn County Fairgrounds. I've called this meeting to order. Just as a few items on this agenda, you will see it looks like two public hearings. They are one and the same. One of them has the parcel numbers, the other one has the owner's names. So I will not read off the parcel numbers, but these are one and the same, this public hearing. So again, my name is Ben Rogers. I'm chair of the Linn County Board of Supervisors, and on behalf of my colleagues, Supervisor Zumba and Supervisor Stacy Walker, I want to welcome you to tonight's public hearing and first consideration of the proposed Coggon Solar LLC application. Thank you for making time out of your busy schedules to be here, for making your voices heard and participating in this civil discourse. I also want to extend my gratitude to the Linn County Fair Board for the use of their facilities and parking grounds. Now, I'd like to uplift several aspects of tonight's meeting that I think are beneficial in understanding the process and our deliberations that we are going to undertake. This is a public hearing and first consideration of an ordinance for Coggon Solar LLC, which is a 750-acre industrial-scale solar application. In order for an ordinance to be formally adopted, a majority of the Board of Supervisors must approve 3 separate readings or considerations at 3 separate meetings. We have scheduled the first consideration for this evening. Second consideration is scheduled for Thursday, January 13th at 6 p.m. here at the Linn County Fairgrounds. And finally, third and final consideration on Tuesday, January 18th at 6 p.m., also in this building. If a majority of the Board of Supervisors, which is at least 2 members, votes to deny approval for first consideration, the ordinance fails. However, if a majority of the board votes to approve first consideration, the ordinance then moves on to second consideration on Thursday, January 13th. The board may make substantive changes to the language of the ordinance during first and second consideration. If a majority of the board approves second consideration, it then moves on to what is called third and final. At third and final consideration, no other changes can be made to the language or specifications of the ordinance. If third and final reading is approved, it becomes an official ordinance of Linn County. During this meeting, you will have 2 opportunities to make public comments to the Board of Supervisors. Again, tonight's meeting is only for the proposed Coggon Solar LLC application and not any other proposed solar application. Please keep your comments confined to Coggon Solar LLC or industrial scale solar in general. Now, this might seem a little confusing, but the first public comment period will occur here shortly. Each speaker will be given 5 minutes to address the board during public comment. These can be comments that are in general or on Coggon Solar LLC or industrial scale solar. Tonight, many of you have signed up on this sheet. This is for the public hearing, which will occur at item number 6. So if you have signed up to speak, you will be able to come and make your public comment to the board. Again, you will have 5 minutes. We also have an open comment period for anyone else who has arrived or would like to make a comment that didn't get to sign in. All that we ask, and that is required, is that you state your full name, first and last, and the address in which you reside. And if you do not wish to state publicly your address, you may state the city or county in which you reside. So there are ample opportunities for public comment. Again, item number 2, public comment. We do not we will not deliberate or answer questions. It is simply for you to speak with us. During the public hearing, because this is an item on our agenda, we may have more robust discussion. So any questions posed to us during public comment, Charlie Nichols, our Planning and Development Director, will write those questions down. Many of those questions could hopefully be answered during the staff presentation or when the applicant makes their presentation, and we can certainly address those during the public hearing. So again, you will have ample opportunity to speak with the board and I will let you know. I believe we do have a timer, and if not, I will have one on my iPad that I'll be able to share, and at 5 minutes, your time has expired. If you're unable to finish your comments and have prepared remarks, you may submit them to Becky Shoup, who is Deputy Auditor and also the caretaker of our minutes, who will enter them into our official record, or you may email them to the Board of Supervisors, and we will place those into the public record. I expect and fully anticipate that we can all act civilly towards each other. This includes allowing speakers to address the board uninterrupted and without any comments from the crowd. The board has received hundreds, if not over 1,000 emails for and against industrial scale solar. We recognize that this issue has caused anxiety and angst for some, and excitement and enthusiasm for others. Please be respectful of your fellow citizens' opinions that might differ from your own. And shortly after my remarks, we will go ahead and do public comment. Afterwards, Charlie Nichols, our Planning and Development Director, will give a brief overview on the Coggon Solar LLC application and a summary of some of the technical aspects. After he is done presenting, we will then continue to move forward and hopefully on to number 6, where a lot of your questions may be answered. So again, this is a public hearing and first consideration for Coggon Solar LLC. And with that, if you wish to make a public comment, you can come to this microphone, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 5 minutes. Anybody wish to make a public comment?
He's coming up.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Maxwell, are you able to speak? Are you able to speak closer to the microphone? Are you able to speak closer to the microphone? Thank you, sorry. And thank you to the audience for letting me know. I'll turn it up.
As I say, in the Linn County planning and zoning was to save as many soils as we could. And that means, since Linn County has 2 rivers and a large creek, that means there's a large amount of farm ground that is below 65 CSR. The farm north of Coggon is an 80 plus CSR, which over 35 years span, if planted to corn, it would produce between 8 and 10 million bushels. If the light ground might produce 3 or 4 million bushel of corn, because there's sometimes when you plant corn in sand, you don't know, there's no moisture there, you won't get much. Remember, we need the world to produce double the amount of food by 2050. So taking and putting 85 CSR or 80 plus CSR in 35 years is it's just not right. There's different places where it would work. South of Coggon, I'm not trying to say Coggon is, south of Coggon needs to be saddled with this, but I would ask the supervisors to ask people asking for this project to approve, to submit a better proposal. Because it wouldn't, there's a lot of money going on with what they're doing. There's got to be a better proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Yep. Thank you, sir, for your comments. We're just going to test the microphone here quickly. Okay. Let me see if we just test it safe because I have a. Okay. Test. Thank you very much. Are there any additional public comments that wish to be made at this time? Yes, if you want to please come to the microphone and state your name and address, please.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Ted Hoffman of 3350 Pleasant Creek Road, Palo, Iowa. Just a couple of comments here. The Paris Agreement, also referred to as the Paris Accords, is an international treaty on climate change. The increase in global population and industrialization has created excess greenhouse gases, which are causing an increase in average global temperatures. The countries adhering to this treaty, also Linn County, are committed to reducing greenhouse gases through employment of alternative energies, such as hydroelectric, biofuels, wind generation, and solar. These countries are also committed to the protection and encouragement of carbon sinks, which reduce greenhouse gases. The only crisis more dire than clean energy is food production. The world population is currently 7.85 billion in 2021 and is projected to go 30% to 10.2 billion in 2061. The Paris Agreement recognizes this threat and specifically protects food production in Article 2B. Increasing the ability to adapt to adverse impacts of climate change and foster climate resilience and lower greenhouse gas emissions in development in a manner that does not threaten food production. Of all potential strategies for alternative energy, only industrial solar poses such a clear and imminent threat to farmland. It is incredibly irresponsible to lock farmland into a 35 to 40-year lease to boost the corporate profits of out-of-state energy giants such as Clenera and Nextera, and block it from providing food to those in need. Solar panels can be placed anywhere, but feeding the planet requires quality farmland. The plans published by Clenera and Nextera have targeted farmland with CSR in the top 1% of the world. In addition to food, Iowa farmland also grows the crops that are the key resources for ethanol and biodiesel. Ethanol production has become increasingly more efficient. According to the Department of Energy, each gallon of corn ethanol delivers as much as 67% more energy than is used to produce it. In addition, greenhouse gas emissions of ethanol are on average 46% lower than gasoline. While electric vehicles are the wave of the future, the surest way to reduce transportation greenhouse gases now are biofuels. The Paris Agreement also points out that the goal is a net reduction in greenhouse gases. Sinks and reservoirs that absorb greenhouse gases are also important. From the Paris Agreement opening statements, recognizing the importance of the conservation and enhancement as appropriate of sinks and reservoirs of the greenhouse gases referred to in the convention, and also Article 5.1, parties should take action to conserve and enhance as appropriate sinks and reservoirs of greenhouse gases as referred to in Article 4, Paragraph 1D of the convention, including forests. Satellite surveys from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory show that during the peak of the corn growing season, there is higher photosynthetic activity than the Amazon rainforest, all while producing food and at a much higher latitude than the Amazon only makes it more amazing. Losing this carbon sink to industrial solar would be another negative net impact on managing global greenhouse gases. In addition, wooded areas in Iowa also aid in reducing greenhouse gases and provide habitat for our local wildlife. And there are areas targeted right now by both Nextera and Clenera as part of their projects, and there are no Iowa or Linn County laws preventing the clearing of trees for industrial solar facilities. There is also a global demand for corn and ethanol. As the U.S. is one of the highest producers of corn, That need will need to be met if it's reduced in the U.S., and that's typically or can be done by deforestation in other areas. And actually, from 2004 to 2015, U.S. ethanol production rose from 3.4 to 14.8 billion gallons. Over that same period, deforestation rates in Brazil dropped by 75%. In summary, of all available alternative energies to counteract global warming, industrial solar replacing farmland has the most negative effect on our environment and greenhouse gas reduction. In addition, it is a clear and present threat to food production, which is specifically protected by the Paris Agreement to prevent starvation in our continually growing global population. Please reject these industrial solar projects in Linn County. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen in the back, are you able to hear clearly, or do we need to move the microphone? Is it iffy? Okay. Charlie, would you mind? Okay, thank you. Could you just tap it to test? Okay, thank you. Are there any other people who wish to make a public comment? If you did sign up on a sign-up sheet, your name will be called during the public hearing, which is item number 6, where we'll also have an open public comment for those who may wish to express a public comment. So, is there anyone else who wishes to make a public comment during this time? Okay. Charlie, I think we're going to now move on to Linn County staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Ben. I'm Charlie Nichols, Planning and Development Director for Linn County. Are you able to hear me okay in the back there? I see some people saying no and some saying yes. Is that better? Here. Okay, I'll do that in the effort of letting everyone hear. Making sure this clicker works. There we go. All right. I will give a shortened version of the presentation I gave to the Planning and Zoning Commission in November on this same topic. So a bit of background here for anyone who is not aware of the details of this project. The request is to rezone 750 acres from agricultural to agricultural with a renewable energy overlay zoning district. The subject parcel is designated as an agricultural area on the rural land use map. The surrounding properties are zoned agricultural, and this rezoning is to allow for the construction of a utility-scale solar facility that would generate approximately 100 megawatts of power and use approximately 640 acres for solar panels. The applicant is Coggon Solar LLC. Clenera is the parent company. The project would sell power to SIPCO, Central Iowa Power Cooperative, for a period of 20 years. The project would then continue to sell power to either SIPCO or another utility off-taker for 10 to 15 years after the 20-year period. The project utilizes solar photovoltaic modules to convert sunlight into DC electricity, and battery power storage is not proposed as part of this project. The project will use approximately 325,000 solar PV modules. A fence is required around the entire project area, and this is per federal regulations that regulate utilities. Inverters will be used throughout the site to convert the DC electricity to AC electricity before connecting it to a substation, and this project is located approximately 2.75 miles west of Coggon. On November 29th of 2021, the Linn County Planning and Zoning Commission voted to recommend denial of this rezoning proposal 6-1. The Planning and Zoning Commissioners expressed doubt that the standard proposed development is not detrimental to existing agricultural uses was met by the application. For those of you in the audience not familiar with the nuts and bolts of Iowa planning law, the Planning and Zoning Commission is an appointed body whose purpose is to review development proposals for conformance to development regulations in the Linn County Comprehensive Plan, and then make recommendations based on their findings to the Board of Supervisors. I'm also going to briefly go through a summary of public comments we have received before this case. There are concerns that the cost of returning the land to prior condition aren't sufficiently accounted for in the decommissioning plan. There's concerns that the decommissioning responsibility will fall to the landowner and not the owner of the project. There's concerns over taking high-quality agricultural land out of production. concerns that the project will never be decommissioned. There's concerns about damaging subsurface drainage tiles during construction, concerns about the aesthetic effects of the panels, concerns over reduced property values, concerns over the effect of local wildlife from construction of panels and fencing of the project area, concerns about the county's ability to enforce ordinances and conditions regulating utility-scale solar projects. There is support of renewable energy in general, in this project specifically. There's concerns that taking farmland out of production will result in a substantial economic loss to Linn County, concerns about the ability of the applicant and community to respond to disasters on site, such as a fire or strong winds, concerns about the possibility of panels blowing onto adjacent properties in a derecho scenario, concerns about the economic viability of utility-scale renewable projects such as wind and solar, concerns over hazardous substances potentially used in solar panels production, skepticism that soil quality will be improved over the life of the project, concerns about noise during construction. There's support of the project as a fulfillment of the 2019 Board Climate Crisis Resolution, support of the project as a step towards achieving 100% renewable energy electricity generation in Linn County. And finally, there's concerns that the project does not support the comprehensive plan goal, encourage the long-term viability of agriculture, and concerns the project does not support the comprehensive plan goal, encourage a diverse agricultural economy, including local foods and commodity-based agriculture. So here's a map of the project area. It encompasses several parcels with several different owners. It is near the Linn County, Delaware County line, and you can see the substation, also the interconnect point, is in the northeast corner. Or that was northwest corner. Here is another map of the project with occupied dwellings that are not project participants and distances. There is 7 occupied dwellings that are not part of the project within about a 1,000-foot radius of the project panels.
Charlie,
What?
if I wanted to address that, would this be a good time, or would you prefer I wait till later?
I prefer after this presentation, there's an item for board questions for staff.
All right.
So there are 6 standards that renewable energy overlay rezonings are evaluated on, which I will summarize as best I can. The first is distance from animal feeding operations, and this is for all rezoning cases. Typically, separation distances from ID&R permitted animal feeding operations apply to new residences, religious institutions, and educational institutions. They would typically not apply to a utility scale use. However, if we did apply them to this use, the maximum distance required for CAFOs is about half a mile. For this project, the nearest CAFO is 4.5 miles away, located at 4911 Hitaga Road, so this project would meet the separation distance here. The next standard is the proposed development is not detrimental to existing agricultural uses, which I said the Planning and Zoning Commission had the most concerns about this standard and the project's ability to meet the standard. This project would take approximately 640 acres out of agricultural production for a period of up to 35 years. This area has been in continual agricultural production since the mid-1800s. The average weighted CSR for the project is 73.76, and then over half this project area is defined federally as prime farmland or farmland of statewide importance. It's clear that this is a high-value agricultural area. When we look at our 2013 comprehensive plan, there are 7 elements outlined in the plan. When residents ranked the importance of these 7 elements, the most important was resource protection, which includes ag land preservation. The second most important was alternative and renewable energy, which includes utility scale renewable energy production. Now the question is, can these 2 elements be balanced? Can you balance taking ag land out of production with renewable energy production? As staff, we believe that those 2 elements can be balanced by using tools to focus on key components of resource production. Those key components being soil resources, agricultural resources, and plant resources, and the specific tools being the Agricultural Impact Mitigation Plan and Vegetation Management Plan. The Agricultural Impact Mitigation Plan focuses on preserving and mitigating negative impacts to both soil and agricultural resources, and it identifies measures taken by the applicant to minimize potential impacts on the agricultural uses of land. It does this by focusing efforts on 3 areas. The first is drain tile identification, avoidance, and repair. Should this project go forward, the applicant has committed to mapping drainage tile on the project property and then locating panels so as to avoid drainage tile as best as possible. They have also committed to repairing drainage tile broken during the course of construction in an expedient manner. They have also committed to best management practices during construction operations. And these encompass a basket of practices. The first is topsoil segregation and decompaction practices. This is meant to keep that high-value soil on site and in good condition. The second is erosion and sediment control measures, including a stormwater pollution prevention plan meant to keep that soil, again, on site. And then the third is adaptive practices. An example of this would be avoiding construction during wet weather activities where soil compaction is going to be much more likely. And finally, the third part of the agricultural impact mitigation plan is specifying what happens during decommissioning, because the intent of this project is that after 30, 35 years, this land goes back into agricultural production. So those same best management practices followed during construction will also be followed during decommissioning, because you will need much of the same tools and equipment to decommission the site. This also calls for seeding with native prairie when the site is decommissioned until such a time as it can be put back into agricultural production. The second tool, the vegetation management plan, focuses on building the soil and plant resources over time. The purpose of the plan is to maintain and improve soil conditions, provide for on-site stormwater drainage, and prevent wind and water erosion. Some specifics of the vegetation management plan for this site include at least 70% of the site shall be planted with a pollinator-friendly seeding plan, which includes the use of native grasses, forbs, and sedges. The applicant has adopted the local NRCS suggested seed mix, and the seeding installation procedures specify site preparation and seeding to try and minimize the amount of invasive species present on site. They also call out long-term weed control that avoids the application of pesticides. The final portion of the vegetative management plan goes over reporting and management. The applicant would be hiring a vegetation management contractor who would assess the progress of the vegetation management plan quarterly. Those progress reports would be compiled annually in a report submitted to the NRCS office. So this plan and the vegetation on site would be continually managed and assessed to make sure it is taking place and that the vegetation is growing in the manner prescribed. So back to the standard, the proposed development is not detrimental to existing agricultural uses. Staff does believe the standard has been met. While the land in the area will be taken out of production for up to 35 years, staff believes that measures are in place to mitigate the negative impacts to the land and some of the agricultural resources on site, such as subsurface drainage tiles. Additionally, there are measures in place to enhance the soil quality within the area to improve the agricultural resources for future operations. The next standard is, will the proposed development will be served by adequate public facilities and services as set forth in a development agreement. So there are 5 areas of service we look at for this standard: water, wastewater, transportation, fire protection, and stormwater management. When this project is fully completed, it will be passive and will not require the use of staff on site. There will not be any new water service required, and there will not be any wastewater generated. Therefore, no new wastewater service is needed, so water and wastewater are not applicable. For transportation, there will be a set of new internal roads constructed on the property. These internal roads will be maintained by the applicant, and they will be used for the purposes of maintaining the panels. If this project were to be approved, there would also be an existing road condition survey done. The applicant would be responsible for hiring an engineering company to assess the condition of all roads that would be used during the construction of this project. Following completion of the project, the roads would again be assessed, and any damage that was caused during construction would be the responsibility of the applicant to fix. For fire protection, this project is within the Coggon Fire District and approximately 2 miles from the Coggon Fire Station. Coggon Fire is supported by other local fire departments through mutual aid agreements. The applicant shall work with the Coggon Fire Department and Linn County Sheriff to develop an emergency management plan if the project is approved. The Linn County Emergency Management Area has also reviewed this project and does not have additional requirements beyond the emergency management plan. Staff believes that this standard of adequate facilities has been met. The next standard is the proposed development will not degrade significant environmental, ecological, or natural resources. A third-party review of environmental resources within the project boundary, which was further verified by a hired county consultant review, identified the following. There are approximately 1.17 acres of wetlands within the area. There are 4 streams meeting waters of U.S. criteria within the project area. There is 1 woodland approximately 1 acre in size within the project, and there are no bald eagle nesting or foraging habitat present within the study limits. Several federally listed species of endangered, threatened, or candidates were identified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as having possible habitat within Linn County. An analysis of each of these species was done in context of the project area, and it was found that the project would have no effect on all listed species, with the exception of the monarch butterfly, which the project is listed as having a may impact effect. Additionally, Stantec, a company hired by the applicant, identified 50 state-listed threatened and endangered species from the Iowa DNR Natural Inventories area within Linn County. The Iowa DNR, responding to a request for comment, found no site-specific records of rare or significant natural communities that would be impacted by this project. Furthermore, the Iowa DNR, in responding to Coggon Solar's request for comments, also recommended that native vegetation beneficial to pollinators be established and maintained around the panels. The Iowa DNR also recommends that additional studies or mitigation plans be required if listed species or rare communities are found during planning or construction. In addition to the findings of the report, Coggon Solar has committed to the following. There will be no large-scale removal of trees. Topsoil shall be segregated and remain on site using methods outlined in the Agricultural Mitigation Plan. Minimal lighting will be used. Fully shielded low-sodium pressure lights will be used at the substation. Lighting will be motion-activated instead of being on constantly. Fencing will be raised above the ground to allow small mammals, reptiles, etc. access to the project area for foraging and habitat. Based on the above findings, the following conditions will also be required by Linn County. Temporary disturbances to wetlands during construction shall be avoided to the extent possible and permitted by the USACE, United States Army Corps of Engineers, if unavoidable. The identified woodlands shall be avoided during construction. The applicant shall work with NRCS to provide vegetative buffers from named streams or open ditches with seasonal water flow where required. If listed species or rare communities are found during planning or construction, the contractor shall let Linn County know immediately, and additional studies or mitigation may be required. At least 70% of the site shall be planted with pollinator-friendly seeding, and large-scale removal of trees is prohibited. Some additional considerations on environmental, ecological, and natural resources. The decommissioning plan has been updated to include the cost of new environmental studies and permitting at the end of the project, including a new environmental resources report, and the project will offset approximately 300 million pounds of CO2 annually, which is equivalent to burning approximately 15 million gallons of gasoline. As part of the 2019 Linn County resolution declaring a climate crisis, the Board of Supervisors has committed to reducing countywide CO2 emissions by 45% by 2050 and increasing renewables to account for 100% of electricity generation within Linn County. Based on these conditions and considerations, staff believes adequate measures are in place to prevent the degradation of significant environmental, ecological, or natural resources. The next standard of approval is the proposed development achieves densities and uses in agricultural areas, critical natural resource areas, or rural residential development areas as designated in the comprehensive plan. This is an agricultural area. However, there is no land use map designation for renewable energy overlay zones. They are instead subject to a specific set of development standards. Therefore, the standard does not apply. And the reason there is no land use map designation for this type of zoning district is because it is designed and it will automatically expire after 35 years or if the project stops producing energy. It is not meant to be a permanent fixture on the Linn County landscape. The final standard for approval is Is the proposed development consistent with the goals, objectives, and strategies of the comprehensive plan? The first element is alternative and renewable energy. Staff believes Goal 1, encourage and support the development and use of alternative and renewable energy resources, is met because the project provides for the increased use of renewable energy in the region. Staff also believes Goal 3, identify and mitigate barriers to the development of local renewable energy resources and increased energy efficiency strategies, is met because the project develops local energy resources. On the economic development and employment opportunities plan element, staff believes Goal 2, seek opportunities to diversify and expand the local employment base by providing a supportive environment for existing and new businesses, has been met. This project supports renewable energy production and provides new and expanding businesses with the opportunity to procure renewable energy. We've heard from the Metro Economic Alliance on a number of occasions that new businesses looking to locate to our area are starting to ask if renewable energy resources are available, and they're factoring that into their decision making. Staff also believes Goal 3, support and encourage a well-educated, highly skilled and diverse workforce prepared for an increasingly competitive global marketplace, is met by the project supporting renewable energy jobs, which could favorably position skilled Linn County tradespeople for future projects in the Midwest. I will note that Goal 1, encourage a diverse agricultural economy, including local foods and commodity-based agriculture, was one of the public comments, identified public comments where there was some skepticism or disbelief that this goal was supported by the proposal. For hazard planning, staff believes Goal 1, identify and implement strategies to prevent the occurrence of human-made hazards, has been met by the project contributing to reducing the frequency of climate events by offsetting CO2 generated through power production. For resource protection, staff believes Goal 1, support initiatives designed to prevent soil erosion, improve soil quality, and educate the public on the importance of healthy soils, has been met through measures such as topsoil segregation and retention and the planting of short stature prairie on site for the life of the project. Staff also believes Goal 3, strive to maintain high quality water resources, has been met because the project utilizes stormwater management techniques such as a stormwater pollution prevention plan and low impact development practices. Staff also believes Goal 4, address drainage and stormwater management as a regional issue, has been met because the project protects subsurface drainage tiles through adherence to an approved agricultural mitigation plan. I will note again that Goal 2, encourage the long-term viability of agriculture, was questioned in public comments submitted previously. Finally, for the sustainable development element, staff believes Goal 2, proactively address climate change through prevention and adaptation, is being supported because the project addresses climate change through greenhouse gas reduction. Staff also believes Goal 3, incorporate enhanced stormwater management and erosion control practices, has been met because a stormwater pollution plan and low impact development techniques would be implemented as part of construction. Therefore, staff believes the proposal is generally in conformance with the Linn County Comprehensive Plan. Now a few notes on the decommissioning plan. The purpose of the decommissioning plan is to ensure the project area is able to be returned to pre-construction conditions at the end of the project. The plan was also reviewed and commented on by Stanley Consultants, a consultant hired by the county to review documents submitted by Clenera. It is the responsibility of the project owner and not the landowner to decommission the project, as well as notify the county when decommissioning takes place. The estimated costs include hard costs, as well as soft costs such as construction overhead and environmental review associated with decommissioning, and costs to repair potential road damage as part of the decommissioning process. The decommissioning plan will be updated annually to ensure decommissioning costs and salvage value are accurate based on industry standards. Every 2 years, the recycling costs will be updated by a licensed engineer, and then every 5 years, the salvage value will be audited by a licensed professional familiar with the industry. The current plan assumes a 1.5% inflation factor for decommissioning costs. A new condition added in since the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, a minimum performance bond of $1 million shall be required at all times for this project. Should decommissioning costs exceed this sum plus the salvage value, the amount of the bond shall be increased. The cost of decommissioning, including soft costs and a 20% contingency, is approximately $2.7 million. Meeting this bond covers about 37% of the decommissioning costs before accounting for any salvage value. Decommissioning activities must commence within 12 months after the cessation of energy generation. If for some reason the owner fails to commence decommissioning activities, the county may enter the site and sell all the project components in order to use the salvage value to carry out decommissioning activities, and the bond would also be available to help carry out decommissioning activities. The PV modules and structures will be recycled at a qualified PV recycling facility, such as Dynamic Life Cycle Innovations in Onalaska, Wisconsin, about 140 miles from the project site. Costs of recycling are included in the decommissioning plan. All areas of the site will be returned to as close to pre-development condition as possible. Finally, the Renewable Energy District will automatically expire at the end of the project or in 35 years, whichever comes first. Some more additional considerations. A glint and glare study was commissioned, which found no significant potential of glare with respect to sensitive receptors such as airports, roadways, and residences at any time period over the course of a typical year. Stanley Consultants also reviewed this study and confirmed the results. The operation and maintenance plan submitted by Clenera was evaluated by Stanley and also found to be in line with industry standards. Linn County Planning and Development will receive a copy of all reports generated annually as part of the operation and maintenance plan. Planning and Development has also requested a minimum setback of 300 feet from all occupied dwellings. The Secondary Road Department will require permits for any new entrances and existing unpermitted entrances, and additionally, a road agreement with conditions related to access and maintenance responsibility will be required. Construction shall be limited to the hours of 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. unless specifically approved on a temporary basis by Planning and Development. If conditions are not adhered to by the applicant or project owner of record at any point throughout the life of the project, the Board of Supervisors may, after giving the owner reasonable time to remedy the violations, remove the overlay zoning district. The applicant commissioned an economic impact analysis to try and look at the impact to the local economy of this project. That analysis was performed by Dr. David Loomis of Illinois State University. We also had Dave Swenson of Iowa State University take a look at the data and draw his own conclusions. Their findings were a little different, but I would not say significantly different. For temporary local construction jobs, Dr. Loomis was estimating 139, Dr. Swenson estimated 157. For new long-term jobs created, Dr. Loomis estimated 5.7. Dr. Swenson estimated 3.7. Local earnings during construction, Dr. Loomis estimated 12.3 million, Swenson just over 13 million. And finally, long-term local earnings, these are annual after construction of the project. Dr. Loomis estimated 286,000, while Dr. Swenson was estimating 272,000. Finally, on additional considerations, a site-specific adjacent property value report was performed by Cohn-Resnick using data from 3 academic studies, 1 peer-authored study, and 26 site-specific studies done by Cohn-Resnick, and it indicates that the proposed solar facility would not have a negative impact on adjacent property values. Now, a note on this, there have been a number of different studies that are out there. They sometimes contradict themselves. Property value impacts are highly localized and hard to predict, so I would take this study with a grain of salt. There were 2 new conditions added to this case after the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting that we're trying to put in there to address concerns brought up. The first is Coggon Solar, or the current owner, will be responsible for the cleanup of debris related to storm damage. The project owner shall have a representative on site to assess and acknowledge the presence of debris and the responsibility for cleanup within 72 hours of a storm event. The second is related to the performance bond and a minimum amount of $1 million in place at all times for the decommissioning plan performance bond. The board may take 3 different courses of action tonight. They may approve the proposal subject to conditions, deny the proposal, or table the proposal for additional review and information gathering. Staff is recommending alternative 1, approve the proposal subject to conditions at this point. Now, I'd be happy to take any questions from the board at this point if there are any. Otherwise, we'll move on to the applicant and then another opportunity for the board to ask questions of staff or applicant.
Supervisor Zumba, do you have questions?
Yes, well, I'd like to hear from John Gallagher.
He's to your right. Mr. Gallagher's.
What's that?
Mr. Gallagher's over there.
You going to talk from over there, or are you going to come up to the podium? Good evening.
Good evening.
You might want to give your name and your job title. And
Jonathan Gallagher, Linn County Resource Conservationist. I work out of the local Soil and Water Conservation District office.
And can you give us a brief summary of your findings on the height and the...
Sure. I'll give you a little bit of background. So I'm responsible for working with Linn County Planning and Development such that the applicant adheres or develops both a vegetation management plan and the ag mitigation plan. And one of the things that I focused in on, along with assisting with development of a native vegetative seed mix. It's currently in the works. I think we've honed in on what I'd like to see for species selection. One of the challenges that I was posed by the applicant or representatives of the applicants in this industry has to do with the development of a seed plan that will not interfere with the functionality of the system. And one of the primary concerns that was brought up to soil conservation had to do with the effective low panel height of the solar arrays. So in essence, when these panels are tipped at its steepest angle, the industry standard, as I come to understand it, is an effective panel height of 18 inches from the surface of the ground. That triggers a bunch of issues as far as I'm concerned from a vegetative management standpoint, because then in some cases the industry says based on that they cannot do certain types of seedings because the vegetative matrix will grow higher than 18 inches and interfere with panels. So then they're required to do something that will meet soil erosion benefits, but not necessarily long-term soil health building benefits. So with that, I still proposed a seed matrix that was going to be taller than that 18 inches. And as far as I'm concerned, based on the professionals that I talked to within and outside of the industry, personally, in my opinion, I can't see why an 18-inch effective low panel height should be the standard. My thought is, from what I've seen on various field trips to other states and other companies that have installed panels, I've seen panel heights range anywhere from the 18 inches all the way up to an excess of 36 inches. So my recommendation as a comment was that the minimum low panel height should be 28 inches. And the reason why I'm going for that is because it allows myself as a designer to put together a better seed matrix that should have enough space where that it would not have to be mowed as continuously underneath the panels, thus satisfying the goals of the Linn County's ordinance to, quote, build soil.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Anything else, Supervisor Zumba?
No, I just confirmed with Charlie that the rest of my questions will come a little later.
Excellent. Supervisor Walker? Okay. Now it's time for the applicant. If you would approach the podium, state your name and the company in which you represent, and we look forward to hearing Your application.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jared McKee. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Clenera. I'll be speaking a little bit as to just more of the company background, and then after I go through the company background, Tom Fitzgerald will go into more specific details on the Coggon Solar project. So I've got a couple notes here. Yeah, no problem. Jared McKee. All right. So Clenera LLC, we are a utility-scale solar developer and operator. We are based in Boise, Idaho. Many of us actually come from an agricultural background. I understand as we go through this process that this is something that is near and dear to everyone's heart. My father was a dairy farmer. My grandfather, my mom's side, was a dirt farmer out in eastern Idaho, and so I definitely understand that balancing renewable energy and balancing a sustainable plan forward is something that has to be balanced. And so I do appreciate everyone's comments today and really appreciate the process that we're going through. So as far as Clenera, one of the things that we are very, very passionate about is really the stewardships that has been given to each of us on what we pass down to our children. In fact, that's actually where our name came from. Is ensuring that we have a stewardship that we're able to pass down something to our children and our grandchildren that is sustainable and is able to be enjoyed for them for generations to come. What we really have focused on is being able to combine the technology of renewable energy and really the cutting edge technology with the manufacturing processes that were honed and refined from our founders in their previous manufacturing backgrounds. And so that has allowed us to build out about 1.6 gigawatts of projects over the last 7 years across the country. We have projects in the West, in the Midwest, some down in the South. Really, it's a collective portfolio of projects, and really for our goal to be able to continue forward and provide two very, very important things: a sustainable future and one that's also affordable. Combining those two pieces together, cutting edge technology and ensuring that we have a process that's defined, that's efficient, that is extremely important for us. And so as we build out these projects, we are looking to engage with the community, to engage with our stakeholders, both our landowners, the community, our offtake, the folks that are our neighbors, and engage with them and make sure that we are providing something that is affordable and sustainable. We continue to build projects. We have another 1,000 megawatts of projects that are contracted and ready to be constructed over the next 2 to 3 years. And that continues as we see this transition, or an energy transition, as you see in the Midwest, in the South, where more and more solar and wind and these renewable sources are becoming competitive and affordable, and in many instances, they are the lowest cost of energy that can be generated. And so you're able to combine these two together, where you have something that is both affordable and sustainable. With that, I just want to express my appreciation for you taking the time and for the public for being here today. And I'll turn the time over to Tom to get into more of the specifics on the Coggon Solar project.
Thank you, Jared.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Tom Fitzgerald. I'm the Director of Development at Clenera. I've been leading the day-to-day development activities for the Coggon Solar project. I'm going to spend a little bit of time tonight talking about the project, some of the information surrounding the project, and although I may not be able to deliver it as eloquently as Jared has, I'll give it my best. So, first of all, Clenera and the Coggon Solar LLC is proposing a 100 megawatt AC utility-scale solar project located 2.5, excuse me, I want to get this presentation going. Jump ahead here. A 100 megawatt photovoltaic generating plant located approximately 2.5 miles west of Coggon Solar. The project will be interconnecting to the Central Iowa Power Cooperative Coggins substation. It's an existing substation on a 138 kV line. Tentatively, the project is scheduled for a commercial operation date of December of '22 with an estimated construction start of March of this year. The targeted useful life of the project is roughly 35 years, and the site footprint will be approximately 640 acres of entirely 100% owned, privately owned land. Currently, the project has a 20-year PPA with Central Iowa Power Cooperative. So why Coggon? The primary driver for selecting the location is the proximity to SIPCO's Coggon substation. The Coggon substation was identified as having 100% of megawatt capacity available without triggering substantial network upgrades that would be passed on to its customers. SIPCO entered into a contract with Coggon Solar to purchase the power output for 20 years. This means that the power will be used across SIPCO's service territory in central Iowa to serve its member cooperatives, including Linn County Rec. Available and adjacent privately owned suitable land for Coggon substation to accommodate the 100 megawatts was able to be entered into contracts with, and no easements are needed to connect directly into SIPCO's substation. The private landowners were willing to enter into long-term leases or property sales such that we were able to construct a 100 megawatt facility in a contiguous footprint. Additionally, Coggon Solar and the team at Clenera did substantial due diligence and coordination with state and federal agencies to determine that there were no expected impacts to natural or cultural resources on the site. And traditionally, the site, as Charlie mentioned, has been used for agricultural production. I'm going to go over a couple of the design features of the Coggon Solar front. First, Coggon Solar will adhere to the Linn County Renewable Energy Ordinance requirements and then some. It will not impact or alter any on-site wetlands or woodlands. Any necessary line crossings will be overhead or bored beneath the jurisdictional areas in conformance with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers regulations and the State of Iowa Natural Resource Department. It will entirely avoid on-site designated flood zones and maintain a pre-project drainage pattern throughout the project life. After the project is constructed, the undergrowth of the project will be quote-unquote native prairie, which will bring a host of additional benefits that I'll cover in a few moments. As you can see listed here below are some of the studies that Coggon Solar conducted as part of its due diligence process. There's three major components of a utility-scale solar project that I'd like to cover. The first and primary component are the solar modules. Coggon Solar is proposing to use bifacial solar modules that will convert sunlight into DC electric current. The modules are constructed of monocrystalline photovoltaic wafers connected with copper alloy electrical substrates pressed between two pieces of high-strength tempered glass within an aluminum frame. These modules are designed to absorb light, not reflect it. Therefore, the amount of glare and light pollution is greatly reduced. The panels used for Coggon Solar will not contain hazardous materials such as PFAS, polyfluoroalkyl substances, lead, cadmium telluride, or other hazmat or RCRA qualified substances. The panels, after the life of the project, will be recycled or sold on the secondary market when it is decommissioned. Currently in the United States, there are 23 PV module recycling centers in the US, with the closest one being in Onalaska, Wisconsin, less than 140 miles from the project site. Here you can see some of the modules at our Wapello solar project in Louisa County, Iowa, being installed. The second primary component of the utility scale project is the solar tracker. The modules are affixed to the tracker and follow the sun as it moves across the sky from east to west during the day to maximize the production the solar facility can generate. The trackers are driven by a push-pull mechanism or moved by a small motor or a hydraulic system. Roughly 38,000 piers will be used for this project to support the solar modules. Each pier has a surface area of approximately 100 square inches. And so that, when you do the math, the total surface area of all the piers is approximately 0.61 acres, or less than 0.5% of the entire project site. So I guess this is a long way of saying that the impact to the actual ground is going to be very small. The maximum profile of the trackers is roughly 13 feet when they're at their tip elevation. And during the day, they typically lay flat with an average elevation of between 6 and 8 feet. The trackers are mounted on pile-driven piers spaced approximately 30 feet apart and will not require concrete foundations. Here again, you can see some images of the pile driver installing the piers, some workers on site, and what they look like post-construction in the bottom left. The third primary component of a utility scale system are the power inverters. The power inverters are used to convert DC electricity that the panels generate into the alternating current, or AC electricity, that can be used on the transmission grid and in your home and businesses. The project will use one of two types of inverters. There's a central inverter that gather and convert the power to approximately 2 megawatt blocks, and multiple inverters are co-located in one location. The second technology of inverters is called the string technology. These are slightly smaller inverters of approximately 250 kilowatts, and they are directly mounted onto the tracker array, as seen in the bottom picture on the right. The inverters, in either case, are interspersed throughout the array and connected via underground or braided and hung collector lines. The inverter noise is not audible to humans at a distance greater than 5 meters. Finally, the power from each inverter unit will be combined and aggregated into several primary circuits. The circuits will enter into the project substation, which will increase the voltage of the circuits from the nominal voltage of the inverters of 34.5 kilovolts to 161 kilovolts, the same voltage as SIPCO's Coggon substation. The project substation will be immediately adjacent to the Coggins substation on privately owned land, eliminating the need for a long interconnection tie line. The project substation will have an approximate footprint of a half an acre to 1 acre. Here you can see some photos of the recently completed Wapello solar project. That's going to cover the technical components of the project, and now I'm going to move into some of the benefits and other information that I thought would be useful to share with the Board of Supervisors this evening. The Coggins solar project will be an estimated $150 million capital investment that will require approximately 300 construction jobs at its peak. Just as of this afternoon, the project will be built with local labor through cooperation with the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City Trades Building Council. 2 to 3 long-term jobs will be created post-construction for 35 years of the operating life. 100% of the clean energy will be used regionally and in Iowa, including the Linn County Rural Electrical Cooperative, for the first 20 years of the project's life. This clean energy will power approximately 18,000 Iowa homes, and it will result in a decrease in CO2 emissions equivalent to 300 million pounds per year, which is equal to 15 million gallons of gasoline. The increase in property taxes from the project will exceed the current uses by millions of dollars over the current project life. So one of the things that really stood out to us during the Planning and Zoning Commission was the concept and notion that Coggon solar is going to be detrimental to agriculture. The Linn County Renewable Energy Overlay Ordinance states in Section 5A that the proposed development shall not be detrimental to existing agricultural uses, and Section 5C, the proposed development will not degrade significant environmental, ecological, or natural resources. The Merriam-Webster definition of detrimental, adjective, obviously harmful or damaging. Coggon solar will not cause obvious harm to existing agricultural uses and will likely benefit the surrounding agricultural environment. Prior to construction, the site will be planted with a cover crop, like fields are rested when they are on rotation. Post-construction, Coggon solar will be planted with a native prairie and will be actively monitored and managed throughout its life to ensure the health and condition of the native prairie. As alluded to earlier by John Gallagher, the vegetation management plan states that the project will use little to no herbicides or pesticides and oil to improve the soil conditions and quality throughout the project life. Similarly, Coggon solar's native prairie undergrowth will be very similar to the USDA, or Iowa Department of Natural Resources, Conservation Resource Program, colloquially known as CRP, which pays participants to plant long-term resource-conserving covers. Currently in Iowa, there is more than 400,000 acres enrolled in the CRP program, 10,000 of which are located in Linn County. The benefits of CRP are listed as improving wildlife habitat, reducing soil erosion, protecting water quality, and improving air quality. All of the things Coggon Solar proposes to do. Coggon Solar further will emulate the Iowa State University's STRIPS program, which integrates native prairie strips into row crops and have been found to reduce water runoff by 44%, reduce soil loss by 95%, and reduce phosphorus and nitrogen runoff by 90 and 84% respectively, while having no impact on yields, pests, or invasive species on surrounding properties. One of the other elements that came to light is that the project would be permanent. The project is only permitted for 35 years and is agreed to enter into a decommissioning plan and put up a $1 million bond to remove the project at the end of its useful life. This will further protect the land from other developments and more permanent non-agricultural uses such as commercial or residential development, which I think is very important. Coggon Solar's temporary use of the site will remove 0.2% of all ag land in Linn County, which was described by one of the Linn County Planning and Zoning Commission members as a quote-unquote drop in the bucket. According to ABF Economics, a local economic think tank in Iowa, 57% of Iowa's corn crop and 40% of Iowa's soybean crop were used in ethanol production. Iowa is the largest producer of ethanol in the United States, but only the 24th consumer of ethanol products, indicating that the bulk of Iowa ethanol is consumed out of state. Coggon Solar is simply proposing to replace one energy feedstock with another, as 100% of the energy produced by Coggon Solar will be consumed in Iowa for the minimum of 20 years. Now, as the gentleman pointed out earlier, ethanol is very important to the Iowa agricultural economy, and we are not taking away from that. As mentioned earlier, we're only removing a small percentage of the local agricultural land from production. Just as an aside, approximately 1,000 acres of ethanol generates 41 billion BTUs, where an equivalent solar facility covering the same footprint would generate 750 billion BTUs, so roughly 18 times as much of an energy impact footprint. Further, and finally, Coggon Solar will include wildlife-friendly fencing that is gapped at the bottom. This will allow prey-based species to use the site as habitat and protection, increasing the prey base that supports the entire local ecosystem. How will Coggon Solar protect drain tiles or replace damaged solar tiles? During the Planning and Zoning Commission, I may have misspoken about the efforts that Coggon Solar and Clenera have taken to outreach and coordinate with all of the surrounding landowners. We have made efforts to communicate with several landowners, but not all of them have been contacted at this point. That will be done prior to construction of the project in coordination with our contractor. The Agricultural Mitigation Plan outlines a comprehensive plan to address this, and those points can be seen listed here. What I would like to point out is the final one, that in addition to all of these items that Clenera will do as best practices to repair and avoid impacts to drainage tile, Coggon Solar is also willing to post a performance bond of $100,000 to ensure that any damages to these drainage tiles actually do occur in a timely fashion. Where is the energy being used? This seemed to be a very big question during the P&Z Commission, as many people thought that the power would be exported. Here's a map of SIPCO's service territory. SIPCO is a not-for-profit 501c3 that purchases power on behalf of 13 rural electric cooperatives in central Iowa, including the Linn County REC, which serves more than 30,000 customers. As mentioned earlier, the project will generate enough power for 18,000 typical Iowa homes, and after 20 years, it is anticipated that the project would continue to sell power to SIPCO or another utility via the MISO marketplace. Are there alternative locations for this project in Linn County? There are currently 4 other substations that SIPCO owns and operates in Linn County. The Swisher substation is less than 1 mile from the Eastern Iowa Airport and has a much greater population density and less land availability than Coggon. The Linn Junction substation is in a densely populated area and is adjacent to Xavier High School. Bertram substation is adjacent to the Cedar River, and all of the suitable land is in a FEMA floodplain or a densely populated area. SIPCO also owns a 20% interest in the Duane Arnold Energy Center, but a larger solar development is already underway at that location. Any alternative location would require construction of a new substation and/or a new transmission line. This would increase the cost of power for all, which would be passed on to SIPCO's members. SIPCO would likely explore other options outside of Linn County, before unnecessarily adding costs. It is unlikely that an alternative buildable location would have a similar CSR to the land designated for the Coggon Solar Project of 73.6, as Linn County has an average CSR value of 70. Will Coggon hire and spend locally? Coggon Solar is committed to hiring locally and being an economic engine both during construction and operation. Coggon Solar's contractor has executed a letter of intent with Cedar Rapids and Iowa City Trade Building Council into a multi-craft agreement that will utilize local skilled tradespeople to construct the project. As part of the economic impact analysis that Coggon Solar conducted as part of the project, it was determined that up to 140 new jobs will be created during construction, and more than $2 million in total school district revenue will be generated during the life of the project. Also, during construction, roughly $16.9 million will be used in local output. Most of that spending occurs at local businesses, such as hardware stores, hotels, gas stations, restaurants, movie theaters, rental agencies, etc., that greatly benefit the entire community. How will Coggon Solar be decommissioned? Coggon Solar will be fully decommissioned and restored to its pre-existing condition at the end of its life. I think Charlie covered this in great detail, but I just want to highlight that Coggon Solar is planning on posting a $1 million performance bond to be exclusively used for decommissioning, and that it is expected that the salvage value of the project will exceed the decommissioning costs in full. Finally, minimal use of concrete and foundations will allow the site to be fully restored to its pre-existing conditions in a timely manner. Will Coggon negatively impact property values? Coggon Solar commissioned a third-party adjacent property value impact report conducted by a team of certified appraisers. The study included 26 studies in 15 states that demonstrated empirical evidence that solar installations have no impact on property values. While I agree with Charlie that some of the other studies out there are all over the board in terms of the results, what I did find very telling about this particular report is that the study interviewed over 40 county and township assessors in Midwestern states, all of whom have at least one solar installation in their jurisdiction, and they all determined that the solar installations have not negatively affected adjacent property values. Here, also pictured, are two anecdotal asides from that report that show developer spec homes being built on properties adjacent to solar farms after the solar farm was installed. So that, as to me, is an indication that these projects have very minimal impact on the surrounding area, such that people and developers are building new homes immediately adjacent to them. Will Coggon Solar impact waterfowl through the lake effect? Most of the emerging evidence today suggests that the lake effect hypothesis is incorrect and has no correlation to waterfowl attraction or mortality. Two 2021 studies basically reached that same conclusion. The first one by Western Ecosystems Technology concluded, overall, we have found limited evidence of attraction of aquatic habitat birds to the PV solar facilities. And we have no evidence of landing, circling, or approaching. And a 2021 study in October concluded the same thing. Two things I would point out is that Clenera has been conducting avian monitoring programs at two of its operating projects, the 80 megawatt Sweetwater project in Wyoming, and the 200 megawatt Wright Solar Park project in the Central Valley of California, which is pictured here. The Sweetwater monitoring program occurred for 3 years, where no waterfowl were identified at the site and only one avian mortality was reported during that time that could not be attributed to the project. The population of sage grouse, interestingly enough, in the project area blossomed during this time as the sage grouse were able to use the arrays as protections from the predatory species. And this is why Coggins Solar is proposing to leave a substantial gap under the project fence around the perimeter. The Wright Solar Park project in California has been under avian monitoring since 2019, and to date, only one avian fatality can be attributed to the installation that spans more than 1,600 acres. I, speaking personally, have unfortunately had more than one bird hit my home and pass away in that same time frame. And furthermore, this same project has a 1,000-acre reservoir less than a mile from it, and a 5,000-acre reservoir less than 6 miles to the north of it, as visible in both of these photos. And to date, no waterfowl have been ever identified at the project or near the project site. I would also just like to take a few moments and highlight some of the major steps forward that Linn County and this community are taking to combat climate change. In 2017, the Board of Supervisors of Linn County passed a resolution in support of the objectives of the Paris Agreement and approving Linn County's registration in the We Are Still In Coalition. Specifically, the board recognized that the economic opportunities created by solar energy jobs intends to support attracting these high-quality jobs to Linn County. In 2019, a resolution declaring a climate crisis and committing to accelerated efforts to limit the global average temperature increase also made a commitment to increase renewables to account for 100% of electricity generation in Linn County by 2050. That same resolution was again reiterated in December of 2020 when the Board of Supervisors passed a resolution prioritizing vulnerable communities in future climate mitigation projects to create green jobs. This project stands to create more than 300 construction jobs and 2 to 3 long-term jobs for up to 35 years. And I just highlight, actually, that the commitments that Linn County is making to climate is such an important component of its overall objectives that it was included in this year's 2021 annual report as highlighted on the right in this image. I'd also like to spend a few minutes just talking about how Coggon Solar is compatible with the comprehensive plan. The first bucket is pretty clear. Alternative renewable energy, I don't think we need to spend too much time belaboring that point. The economic development and employment opportunities, Coggon Solar will contribute to all 4 goals by diversifying a small portion of land that will ultimately help support Linn County farms and families, expanding the employment base, providing local workers and businesses the opportunity to participate in the construction and operation of the plant, and helps SIPCO implement sustainable practices by converting a portion of its local energy fleet to renewable energy. On hazard planning, I would surmise that Coggon Solar contributes to all 4 goals by implementing energy resources that are curbing global emissions and improving the surrounding natural environment through native prairie, avoiding all known hazards and floodplains. The project is a large-scale energy resource that is not reliant on fuel or water sources to generate, which would allow it to potentially continue to operate when it is not safe or feasible to operate conventional energy resources. So in the event of a derecho or a tornado or some other event that might take another more conventional fuel source offline, like the Duane Arnold Energy Center, or some other coal or natural gas energy resources that are reliant on water and fuel lines to bring those fuels to the plant to generate, the Coggon Solar, if the sun was out and the system was fully intact, would be able to produce electricity, which would help emergency responders and local members of the community be much more resilient in their response and ability to deal with those crises. Coggon Solar would also contribute to the livable communities by enhancing the health and safety through its contribution to clean energy. Its significant tax contribution and reliance on public services would be extremely limited. The local production of clean energy generated by Iowa sunlight is an opportunity to connect with community members in schools so that Clenera and Coggon can share our knowledge and passion for renewable energy. Resource protection. Coggon Solar and its native prairie undergrowth will contribute to goals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 by reducing erosion, improving soil quality, promoting the long-term viability of agriculture by improving the site as an agricultural resource post-operation, improving water quality and storm water management regionally, protecting and improving air quality by reducing reliance on fossil fuel generation, on serving and enhancing natural resources through native prairie by providing habitat, and its overall contribution to humankind's common goal of transitioning to a carbon-free world. The long-term viability of reducing the impacts of climate change on ag, which will drive increasing catastrophic weather events and potentially drought, which would have a severe impact on the agricultural economy of Linn County. Sustainable development. Coggon Solar contributes to its applicable goals 1, 2, and 3 by using the existing substation transmission grid in Coggon Substation to deploy clean energy to SIPCO's members, thereby turning gray infrastructure into green, proactively addressing climate change through the conversion of SIPCO's energy mix to a carbon-free resource, and enhancing erosion control through the use of native prairie undergrowth. Furthermore, it will reduce landfill waste or other energy-related related to nuclear and coal generation, such as fly ash or spent fuel rod storage. Finally, I believe that Coggon Solar also contributes to Goal 5 of the Transportation Initiative that reduces the dependency and the use of non-sustainable fuel sources, such as gasoline and automobiles. What best management practices will be employed during construction? I think Charlie had already covered this in depth, but I think it's important to highlight that we are going to be segregating the topsoil during construction. We're going to be having an on-site monitor to make sure that those activities are occurring as specified by the county. We will also be making sure that no compaction is minimized and that no work occurs during wet weather conditions, which would further exacerbate compaction. And Coggon Solar will be implementing a SWIP, which will reduce water quality and erosion and stormwater runoff during both the construction and operation of the project. So at this time, I conclude my presentation. Thank you much for your time and consideration. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, and thank you, Jared, for also your comments. I would open it up to Charlie if he has any questions as Planning and Development Director, or my colleagues, starting with you, Supervisor Zamba. I saw you writing furiously, so would love to get to your questions.
I have a couple questions for Mr. Fitzgerald, if he'd like to answer them. If this is the right time for that. Is this the right time for that? Yes. Mr. Chair? Fine, okay. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you.
I've got a lot of different questions here. One of them goes back to your comments. All this ground is privately owned,
Yes,
and it was all voluntarily submitted for the project.
100%.
And I realize that in this scenario, the transmission lines are to get back to the substation will all be within that same
Within
footprint?
that footprint, that's correct. Yes.
If it wasn't in that footprint, then would that still be voluntary, or would that then be use eminent domain?
It's a moot point because
It might be a moot point for this, but I'm curious. The footprint could change, or
if the footprint were to change, we would have to come back before this board and ask for an amendment, and at this time, that is not required or being considered.
I understand that, but I'm still waiting for the answer.
It's difficult for me to answer a question about a scenario that's not necessarily going to occur. If you'd like me to speculate about whether or not eminent domain for this project would be used, I would say no, that we would continue to enter into voluntary agreements for those easements.
So eminent, just in general, eminent domain's not generally used then for transmission lines?
Not by Clenera. We try to avoid that as a practice.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Sorry, could you repeat your comments directly into the microphone?
Yeah, sorry. Clean has no ability for eminent domain on a Gentile line to get from our privately built construction project to a substation. But we have no ability to do eminent domain. That's not in.
Is that mic?
I'm going to speak very close.
Thank you.
Go. There you go.
Is that better? All right. Clean has no ability for eminent domain.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Then you may not know the question of this either, but there's another substation just off of Highway 13 to the west, down by Prairie. It's not really, it's on the other side of the, Prairie Chapel Church is on the east side, but it's, are you familiar with that substation?
I am not, no.
Okay, I was curious who owned it. I was just surprised it wasn't one that you mentioned. But I don't know who owns it, I was just curious. But then back to the ownership and the voluntary. So if someone had entered into an agreement with Clenera and has later decided that they no longer wanted to be, are they able to get out of these agreements?
We have a contractual agreement with them in place. If the project footprint did not require their land, I suppose they could be released from it. I don't believe that we have any landowners who have expressed interest to not be participating in the project.
Okay, so at one meeting, this is the first meeting I attended, so I don't know what meeting that this came from, but you said if one of the participating landowners decided not to participate or Clenera no longer wanted them to participate in the project, they would just be relieved from doing so and we would proceed.
Yes, that's correct. If Clenera no longer felt the need for that landowner to participate, they would be excused from the project and relieved from participating.
Right, but you also stated if the landowners decide not to participate.
I don't believe that I said that, but if I did, I correct myself. It would be
well,
prerogative of Clenera, the contractual agreement between the landowners and the project company to make that consideration.
Right, I understand they're currently in contractual agreement, but if one did decide to get out, then they wouldn't be able to at this point.
I'm not sure how to answer that, as we have contractual agreements with them, and so we are trying to develop a project that would support 100 megawatts. If all of the land that we have under contract was not needed to construct a 100 megawatt project, they would be excused, yes, but they need to follow the obligations that they entered into under a contract.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, that answers that. I think, I got a question on your labor agreement. Is that with a construction company or is that with Clenera itself?
A letter of intent was signed between our contractor, Res America, Renewable Energy Systems America, and the building council. Clenera also submitted a side letter. Actually, I have them for you here.
Thank you, sir.
This is a copy of the LOI and the side letter that was executed between the trades and Res. I believe I gave you an unexecuted copy of the LOI because it was not signed by the building council. I believe it was signed this afternoon, and a fully executed version can be made available for your review. But the side letter basically confirms that Coggins Solar will be constructed by Res Americas, and Res Americas has entered into an LOI with the building council to construct the project using local skilled labor.
Okay. I can come back to some, I got to get a little organization going here. So
Okay.
If one of you has questions, go ahead.
Supervisor Walker, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, so let me start by thanking first the general public for being here. I know this is an issue of great interest, and I also want to thank the applicant for presenting today and for answering questions that have come before you. And of course, our staff has done a terrific job in an effort of being incredibly transparent with this process and providing us with information as has been requested. So the first two questions I have been answered. I was going to ask about, all of the land that you were proposing have private property owners willfully entered into contractual agreements with you, and the answer was yes. And then the next question I was going to ask is, what sort of guarantees can we have that if this project were to be approved, it would be built with local labor, so we're not bringing in folks from outside of the state to construct this and losing our capital resources in that way. So the next question I have here was also answered in the presentation. Why this area and not other areas where there may be substations? And I think you guys kind of laid that out. And but here's one that I don't think you have addressed. And the question is, it is clear, I'm going to take a guess, that most of the people here today are in opposition to this project. My question to you is, as you have done other projects across the country, presumably, or even in this state, have you run into this sort of opposition, and are the concerns more or less the same across communities where Clenera has operated?
I will say, and this is speaking personally, I'm not necessarily sure this is a view of Clenera, that a lot of the concerns that were expressed publicly and through this process we have encountered before in various jurisdictions. I think, and I've often said this in discussing these projects, is that the first projects that get constructed are usually the most challenging as counties and communities get a sense of what these projects look like, how they operate, how much time they take to be constructed, what kind of impact they have on the local landscape, what they look like after they've been in operation for some time. In other communities where I personally have worked, most of that work has been done in the western United States, where solar development has been around for a much longer time, and I think has generally become more accepted and socialized. That being said, we as a development community are seeing solar become much more prevalent across the entire United States, and that's why having these conversations and these dialogues become so paramount into understanding not only setting the record straight on a lot of the misinformation, but also understanding some of the unique challenges of individual geographies, which, I think through this process, we have been able to incorporate some of the feedback that the community has given us to produce a much better product.
Is the industrial scale solar operation in Wapello, is that Clenera's project?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I don't know how you might go about doing this, but that is up and running. I went on a visit there, I think, with some other folks in Linn County. What has been the response from residents that live near that project? I'm assuming maybe there was some skepticism at first, perhaps, and what's it like now that it's built and been operating?
Maybe I'll ask Mike Gallego to come up and speak to that one. I was not the lead developer on that project, so I can't speak to the skepticism of the project prior to construction, but I do know that the project has been overwhelmingly well received by the community.
I think there was a supervisor from that county on that tour as well, if I remember correctly, but can you please state your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Michael Gallego, and I'm the Vice President of Operations for Clenera. Yeah. Michael Gallego, Vice President of Operations for Clenera. So I've been involved with every project that Clenera's built.
You got to stay close to the mic.
How's that?
Perfect.
So I've been involved with every project that Clenera has built, and we have, we are really proud about what we do, and a lot of what we're proud about is how we get the communities involved with the projects that we do. Wapello is one of those projects that we did our best to hire locally. We did our best to use local subcontractors. And we continue to use local subcontractors to manage that project through operations. It's in a part of the town where you're not in the middle of town, but as you drive out of town, you'll see the project. It's off the highway there, and I believe that what we saw was a really good impact during construction from as we've spoken about the dollars that come into those communities. Things like just setting up accounts at the local hardware store, or the hotels that were used, the restaurants that catered meals back to the projects, or the facilities people that come in, service the J. Johns. There was it affects all kinds of people and businesses in the surrounding areas. One of the things that we are real proud of there was Res Americas, who was our EPC contractor there, gave back to the community by way of dollars to the local community. We gave dollars to the local high school, and others. I think SIPCO also participated in some stuff. So it's those kind of things are what Clean Air is about. In our own community in Boise, Idaho, we have and continue to give back to local organizations. One is the Idaho Youth Ranch, where we have given them a solar installation on one of their facilities outside of town. We've also are currently working with the local YMCA to provide them with a local facility in their town. And it's not just Clean Air, but it's Clean Air and their partners participating in these types of things. So we're all working together to give back to our communities. So when I go back to the Wapello solar facility, I mean, I feel like it was a positive impact. We did a lot of work in working with the surrounding neighbors to make sure that the project impacted them less during the life cycle of the project, whether it be setbacks from the edge of the project so that they wouldn't have any kind of noise whatsoever from the inverters, or just with going in and putting in the vegetation again and growing back in that vegetation, moving our fence lines in so we could have them close enough to the project so that the surrounding farmers could still farm on the outside of our site. So we've done our best to do that.
So thank you for that. I just want to drill down into the question more specifically.
Okay.
What kind of feedback have you received from residents in Wapello now that the project has been constructed? And it sounds like you did a good job of including many different stakeholders in the community. The project is completed, it's operating.
Yeah.
What kind of feedback are you receiving from residents now?
I'm receiving very little feedback from residents.
Okay.
I don't have a member of my asset management team here who manages the asset, but generally it's positive.
Okay. I just have a few other questions. There has been lots of concern about impacts to property values for homes, businesses perhaps, that will be near the proposed project. We have seen several different studies, I think the majority of which demonstrate that there is either no or minimal impact to property values, and we've seen studies that say otherwise. One of the things that I have seen from these major renewable energy projects around the country, whether it's solar, wind, or any other kind of renewable energy or green energy source, are participation agreements with folks who are very near to the project, and I don't know what that necessarily means in terms of specific, feet, but are near to the project, are able to realize some sort of benefit, whether it's an energy rebate or if they're able to receive energy if they have solar panels or something of that nature. Have there been any discussions about any benefits that could be afforded to residents that are near this project? And maybe that's a question for
Yeah,
someone else.
I'll turn time over to either Tom or Jared to answer that question for you.
Okay. And it could be in the form of guarantees as well. Just any discussion of benefits for those folks who would live near this project.
Yeah, I will speak into the mic. So, all right. So the Coggon Solar Project would not have the ability. So the energy that we are producing does not go directly to the retail customer. It has to go through SIPCO first because we are not a retail provider.
Right.
And so we wouldn't be able to actually have a rebate or anything associated with the delivery of energy. Now, you specifically asked about WAPL, though. We had conversations and we met with adjacent landowners in their homes, and we talked through certain things like, hey, can we offer you some solar panels or something that you can put on your house? We are more than happy to sit down with every adjacent landowner and have those conversations and see if there is a way that we can come together, because that is very important to us, that we can have those conversations and do well and be well within the communities that we work in. So we're very open to those conversations. We can't do anything on the energy side. We can do pieces on the solar panel side, and we're happy to have those conversations individually with each landowner.
Excellent. For the record, I think that would be a great idea to talk to adjacent landowners, property owners about things of that nature.
Yep.
So the last question I have for now, and I'll turn it back over to the chair. We are just now in receipt of these agreements between the building trades here. In the unlikely event that if this project were to go forward and you were to have a change in contractor, would this board, would organized labor still be assured that anybody else that is brought on to complete this project would be held to the same standards, the same intents of this agreement that is here today?
So that is not my area of expertise, but I will speak a little bit first, and then Mike, if there's anything that you need to come in. That is our intent. That is our intent. But with that, I think Mike might be the better person to speak on how that could be, because that's more his area.
Sure, because it seems like the agreement's between the contractor and the building trades.
That's correct, yeah. And they're working on a much broader PLA, that project labor agreement, right? That'll be between Green Res and the contractors here. I mean, I don't know what kind of assurance to give you other than that we have invested in this project with and through Res as our engineering partner and our contractor from a very early term. We've executed, I think, 3 limited notices to proceed at this point. Then these contracts, their contracts, roll up into what we call an EPC contract, engineering, procurement, and construction contract. Res Americas will be the contractor on this project. But that for us to unwind that right now would be very tough. They're the ones that are engineering the site for us. Sure. They're the ones that are designing it. Everything that they're doing, our costs, our budgets, everything that tie in financially, and the products that are being ordered for the site tie into what Res is currently engineering and designing for this project.
Thank you for that. I yield my time, Mr. Chair.
Well, you stole my question. That was the one I was going to lead off with. So, Mr. Gallego, I appreciate your explanation of that. For either Jared or Mike, curious about if you could elaborate on the maintenance and or replacement schedule of a solar array of this size. So once it's constructed, what can neighboring landowners or the community expect in terms of panel replacement?
So a solar facility typically doesn't have a lot of work going on at it once the project is operational. Over time, there'll be times when an inverter will go down, or there might be something broken with the tracking system. or there's something, electrically that's not working within the site. So we hire what we call an O&M provider, operation and maintenance provider, and they'll staff the site, and what they will do is they will troubleshoot the site on a regular basis. And there's troubleshooting, there's preventative maintenance on the equipment that's there, and then there's just going to be some life cycle on some of the things. Typically, though, in a 20-year lifespan, we do not foresee replacing modules on the project. If the technology got so good and it made financial sense, we might do that. But as of right now, this project, how it's built, will operate with the product that'll be on it. There will be replacements of components on the site, whether it be, like I said, some of the mechanical pieces or the inverters that sometimes an inverter will go out. And if we go with a string inverter, I remember this from the last meeting. He's got a couple more blows before he's done. So with a string inverter installation, string inverters are installed in such a way, and it's one of the reasons why we're looking at string inverter technology, is because they can be basically removed and replaced with another unit quite easily compared to more of a central inverter type. And so from an operational perspective, for us, we want to keep the plant operating at its peak performance at all times. So really, you're talking a couple guys in a truck and some vegetation management, stuff like that on site.
Excellent. Thank you for that explanation. And then my last question is related to one of the items on the slide regarding some of the toxic chemicals that are not embedded in the panels. Wondering if one of you gentlemen would like to maybe expand on that. That seems to be a theme throughout our public meetings that we had over the summer. A lot of citizens uplifting chemical names and their corresponding impact to either human contact or into the soil and water streams. So just sort of wondering if you could maybe uplift how, if there are toxic chemicals in these panels, how they are encased, and in what situations could they be exposed to the elements, and maybe just help assuage some of the concerns about panel toxicity.
You want me to speak this? You want to speak this? So there are technologies out there that we don't have the studies on because we don't use these panels, but may put toxic chemicals. But that's not what we use. We use a sandwich, as Tom explained earlier. It's a sandwiched polysilicon wafer that has a sandwich in between glass with a metal frame around it. Coming off of that panel is you have a couple junction boxes with some wires that come off, which are copper or aluminum. There's plastic housing to that wire, very similar to what you would see on a, let's say, looks like a piece of like a telephone wire or something like that, or a TV cable, black TV cable. We don't use concrete in our facilities for foundations, other than in the substation. The substation will have some concrete foundations in it, but from a standpoint of the foundations in the site, we're driving galvanized steel piles into the ground. That's how we do it. We stick those into the ground to a depth of approximately 7 to 10 feet deep, depending on the actual depth that we need to go. The transformers on site, the medium voltage transformers on site, will have oil in them, like any transformer you would see, even around your community. It's typical transformer. In the substation, where you have a much larger transformer, there is a catch basin that's built underneath that transformer. In the event that it were ever to leak, it's designed to capture that oil that leaks. So other than that, I don't know of any other, poisonous substances, I guess, that we're using out here on this site. So.
Great, thank you for uplifting. I don't have any more questions. I'll circle back to my colleagues. Anything else? Okay. Before we move into the public hearing, why don't we just take a 5-minute recess for stretch our legs, bathroom breaks, and when we come back, we will open the public hearing and look forward to your comments. But ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, we will get to the heart of the matter tonight, which is the public hearing.
Well, that's just abbreviation.
I will. Yeah. Once people get settled. Thank you, everybody. And also thank you to the Linn County Fair Board for turning the heat on. So this part of the meeting, there'll be some procedural matters that this board will have to take up. This is now the public hearing, so I would seek a motion and a second to open the public hearing. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And there is a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion unanimously carries. We are now into the public hearing and first consideration for rezoning case JR 21-0008, request to rezone property located near Coggon Road from agricultural district to agricultural with renewable energy overlay district, approximately 750 acres. Bolster Family Trust, Michael and Tammy Doherty, Clayton Kramer, Kenneth and Denise Ludolf, Joel and Carrie Payton, and Levi and Sierra Payton, owners, Clenera petitioner. The public hearing is now open. I do have names here of individuals who wish to speak. Again, you will have 5 minutes. The first individual I believe has left, that is George Maxwell. Okay.
George spoke first.
George already spoke, yep. The next on this list is Marty Robinson. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is, now it's louder. My name is Marty Robinson. My home address is Windsor, Colorado. 20-year resident of the adjacent property and about an 18 resident of Cedar Rapids. So although I live in Colorado now, very, very long established in the state of Iowa. I believe the solar overlay is incorrect and must be amended, and I'll explain why. Now is the time for the Board of Supervisors and elected officials to respond appropriately and vote no on what we think is a bad and inappropriate proposal. When logic is absent, money and politics fill the void. To put it another way, politics and money in this case have had the very obvious result of eliminating and destroying common sense. When the zoning overlay was first introduced to most of us back in the summer, we were dumbfounded. At the very first meeting in Palo, Tom Robinson, my brother, asked Charlie Nichols for more explanation in a follow-up email. Charlie responded in an email on May 27 saying, "I realize that this still may be hard to understand." And truer words were never spoken. Linn County used to protect high-quality farmland. Somewhere in my perception, the back rooms of Linn County bureaucracy, that goal to protect farmland has been completely abandoned. The overlay, in my opinion, is a loophole, is a loophole written in direct collaboration with what seems like industry insiders, and with, as far as we know, no opportunity for any commentary from rural residents or agricultural businesses or agricultural industry groups. The Clenera proposal would put in motion the complete and decades-long abandonment of prime farmland protection. This would be done, as far as we can see, only for the convenience and the profit and loss statements of the developers and utility companies. The state of Iowa and the country has enormously ambitious goals for renewable energy generation, but the developers and utility conglomerates have somehow convinced Linn County officials that they need to do it on the cheap. They need to do it as cheap as possible, which doesn't make any sense. They want to do it cheaply by encumbering our best farmland. Substation's been mentioned. I note that the initial application as filed by Clenera stated on, as I believe, one page, the reason for putting this at this location is there was no need to build a substation. Later, in exactly the same application, there was a need for a substation as outlined in the map. Now we understand that SIPCO is also going to be adding a substation. So what originally came out as a proposal picking this location is that there was no need for a new substation. Now my understanding, or our understanding, is not only is there a need for a new substation, there's a need for 2 new substations. So forgive us if we feel a little bit misled. Forgive us if we seem a little bit skeptical and a little bit lacking of trust in this application. So they want to do it on the cheap. It seems to us, and I appreciate the map that was shown earlier, if we have to build substations, it could be a lot of places. It could be on 65 CSR ground or lower. It's not been demonstrated to me at all why it has to be at this location for reasons previously stated. For heaven's sakes, you can build a substation anywhere. You cannot relocate prime farmland. It can't be done. Sustainability is not sacrificing one crucial resource for another one. But this proposal does exactly that. A better approach, quite simply, is to develop renewable energy on less productive ground, achieving both renewable energy goals and protecting prime farmland. This proposal should be rejected. And for the note, I handed out a petition that has been submitted to the Iowa Utilities Board. Charlie, you had that in November, so we have been criticized for being NIMBYs, and I've never heard of anybody volunteering to be an IMBY. If anybody chooses to remove their name from the petition, we're absolutely happy to do it. But the import is nearly all of, at least 90% of the neighbors are uncomfortable with this proposal for the reasons stated. And thank you for your time. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you, Marty. My apologies if I butcher your name, beginning with Greg Gendis of Iowa City. Good evening.
Good evening.
How badly did I butcher it?
Quite well.
Okay.
I've been victimized more before. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Greg Gertis. I'm a lawyer in Iowa City, Iowa. I represent the Robinson family. Marty, Tom, and Paula, and Laura, who live just across the street from the proposed project on the north and northeast sides thereof. I'm going to concentrate on what I think is something that you folks really need to be applauded for. And as we look back, I think your ability to foretell the future was impressive. And that's your comprehensive plan. It's been around since, I think, 2013 or thereabouts. We saw a slide which appeared to show that the most important part of the comprehensive plan, as far as the public is concerned, is the preservation of natural resources. And on the top of that list is the preservation of agricultural property. I am going to focus on this because your staff, I feel, and Clenera especially, gives this part of your comprehensive plan short shrift. Specifically, you have an objective in your plan. It's called Objective 2.1, which says that you are going to protect land best suited to a variety of agricultural purposes. You are not protecting this Coggon property if you allow this to go through. It is prime farmland, not just by Linn County or by Iowa standards or by United States standards, by world standards. It is prime farmland. And you can say that it's only 35 years, but taking land out of farm production for 35 years
is not maintaining agriculture. And that leads to objective 2.2, which says that you are going to maintain agriculture as an integral part of the county's economy and the landscape. So it's not just protection of the production, it's protection of the aesthetics as well. Think of Grant Wood and how his idea of the agricultural landscape was communicated to us, was communicated to others. And these aren't my words, this is the words of the comprehensive plan. So it's not an argument, it's a fact that you folks took it upon yourselves to write a plan which called for the preservation of both the production and the aesthetic landscape of agriculture. Finally, and this I think is the real rub right here, you adopted an objective and a strategy which says this: you are going, according to your plan, to direct development away from areas best suited for agriculture. What are you doing with this development? You're not directing it away. You are incentivizing it. You are desiring it. You are allowing it to happen. There can't be a bigger violation of your comprehensive plan than that. Now, why is this important? This is important because what are you going to tell the next developer who wants to ignore one major part of your plan? Are you going to say, we did it for Clenera, we'll do it for you? Because once you start with Clenera, you've started yourselves on the top of a very slippery slope, because if you don't hold Clenera to the comprehensive plan, you're not going to be able to hold anybody to the comprehensive plan. I've got about 20 seconds to go. I'm going to sit down and be quiet. But again, every one of your purposes, every one of the good things that Clenera has talked about could just as easily be accomplished if you put this project on lower quality land. There's no need to ruin good farmland for this to happen. You have alternatives to select. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Greg Bickle. Good evening.
Greg Bickle, 2250 Coggon Road. I want to thank everyone who has taken time over the last year to speak with me and see firsthand how being surrounded by a solar farm will affect me and what it would mean for my dreams and my own property. Our 25-acre farm will be surrounded on 3 sides by the Coggon solar farm. We have postponed plans for building our forever home on this property ever since the project was announced. Our property is downstream of 340 acres of this project. I am concerned the solar farm will create flash flooding, which could wash out my fish business that I've been building for the last 10 years. I visited Clenera Solar Farm in Wapello. The first thing you see is a house surrounded by a barbed wire fence where no one wants to live. This will be my future house. Solar was a good fit for Wapello. It's on flat, poor quality soil and has support from the neighbors. Solar is not a good fit for Coggon. Hilly ground my weighted average is 82, and all of the neighbors, except those receiving financial reward, are against it. We are told the solar farm has to be in Coggon because of the substation, a substation that apparently needs more upgrades for the solar farm. The last time the substation was upgraded, they destroyed tile lines that the Robinsons are still waiting to have fixed. At the Iowa Utilities Board meeting, I asked Alliant Energy, how much electricity does Linn County use? They took my email, would get back to me. I gave Linn County RAC that same question. They denied to give me the answer. I asked Maquoketa Valley did not get a response. How much electricity does Linn County use? And what does that look like as a solar farm? If we can only put a solar farm in one substation in Coggon, 100 megawatts, and we're going to use thousands and thousands of megawatts in Linn County, we better think about that, because it's no longer a drop in the bucket of how many acres we use. It's going to be a landslide. And are we trying to attract people who want to use that solar electricity to our county, use up more urban sprawl and more acres, and our farmland is disappearing? In the last 30 years, how many? Are we going to use the same standard that we use for lease evaluations that would not allow this land to be used? Local farmers will be losing their leases as they cannot compete with what solar is paying. There will be a net loss of jobs. The two major landowners for this project don't live on their farms. They won't have to endure the year-long construction or the 30-plus years living next to an industrial complex. However, I will. My golden years, my retirement, my dream, everything that I dreamed of when I was in the military to come back to Iowa and retire and have a farm on my own. Our neighbors and 60 of our neighbors will, and we oppose this project. We beg you, please deny the solar application.
Thank you, Mr. Bickle. Next, Mayor Ron Corbett. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Supervisor Walker, Zumbau, and Chairman Rogers, along with the Linn County staff, for giving me a few minutes this evening. Again, my name is Ron Corbett. I live at 286 Thunderbird Road in Cedar Rapids. I'm the Vice President of Economic Development for the Cedar Rapids Metro Economic Alliance. We're the local regional chamber of commerce. I know my comments tonight are probably redundant, but I do have 3 points that I'd like to make. And the first point is leadership. The Board of Supervisors has made it perfectly clear over the last several years their commitment to sustainability, renewable energy, and specifically solar. And over those years, people have taken note, citizens and businesses. And Clenera, SIPCO, and the REC system is stepping up to invest $150 million. $150 million in comparison to some of the recent economic development successes. Last year, the large announcement of FedEx was $108 million. The year before, BAE's new corporate headquarters, $135 million. And when Cargill did their expansion of the soybean facility, $35 million. So because of your strong leadership, people are taking notice and the private sector is stepping up. I believe this is what public policy makers want when they set policy, is to see the fruits of that policy. And you are seeing that now with this proposal. You've been walking the walk, and people have taken notice. To reject this proposal now would probably hurt the foundation that you've laid over the last several years. Point number 2, economic development. As I said, I'm the Vice President of Economic Development at the Economic Alliance. In this last year, 2021, we saw 18 different requests for proposals for companies that were looking to potentially expand in our area. And normally, there's a laundry list of items that they're looking for: the availability of land, road infrastructure, sewer, streets, wastewater. But we're seeing more and more in those proposals when it comes to energy usage, renewable energy. As part of their RFP, they're looking at communities that have embraced renewable energy, solar, and wind. So really, it's a competitive situation for us. Those communities that participate and embrace renewable are the ones that are going to win in the long term. Every company, large companies mainly right now, have sustainability plans, and those plans are all publicly known. We can't watch a TV at night without seeing some commercial about some company and their commitment to sustainability and zero carbon by 2030 or 2040. So it's important from our standpoint, from our economic health. And the third and final reason, and maybe probably almost the most important reason, is equity and opportunity. See, it's not good enough for our state just to have Des Moines successful, or just to have Cedar Rapids or Iowa City successful. We need the whole state to be successful, including the rural parts of Iowa. We're a manufacturing state, not because we got John Deere and Rockwell. Certainly those are important. We have a lot of small manufacturers that dot the landscape of rural Iowa. And they need to have a portfolio or access to a portfolio that provides renewable energy. And that's what this project does. In the urban areas, we have Alliant, we have Mid-America Energy. Both of those companies have made huge commitments to renewable energy. The rural area deserves that same opportunity and equity to renewable energy. Leadership, economic development, and equity. Hope you approve the project this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Next, Helen O'Brien. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm a concerned Iowa farmer's wife, farmer daughter, farmer's granddaughter, and farmer's great-granddaughter. I live approximately 3 miles from the proposed Coggon Solar Farm project, and our farm is currently served by Alliant Energy. I drive when I would need to go to Coggon and into Marion. I go past this future project. I constantly see the eagles flying overhead. I have not had time, though, to grab a pair of binoculars and look for an eagle's nest, but I'm sure there is one somewhere close. I've attended previous meetings at both Coggon Elementary the night of the tornado warning, and I've read all the information that's been on the Coggon Farm website. At the meeting in Coggon, we were told that the topsoil would be removed and piers would be installed, and that the removed dirt would eventually be replaced. We do know that there are many different types of topsoil throughout the farms. To say that you'd be able to put it exactly back in the same place isn't exactly the most accurate, and I'm concerned about the drainage. Will the landowners be notified of repaired, replaced, or rerouted tile lines, or given new tile maps for their depreciation statements? I'm also think it's important to remember that crops themselves do provide oxygen back to the environment, and to me that's very green. We also know that corn, especially in the summertime, we note it by all the fog as the leaves sweat and provide all that moisture back into the environment also. It was mentioned about the native prairie grass, that activity will be actively monitored and managed. I do have concerns. It was shown on the slide about the CRP. In this area, the native prairie grass plots are often burned on a schedule per county regulations for weed control. This obviously is not something that would be able to be done with solar panels in that area. I noticed on the website also that it said SIPCO was going to purchase the energy for 20 years, and after that could be sold to another utility that is not local. I know that they're hoping to advertise locally and fill positions for jobs in the area or locally. I guess I am concerned about what the definition of local actually is. Is local meaning Eastern Iowa? I know as a community, when they list how it would help different businesses, Coggon itself doesn't have any hardware stores, doesn't have any hotels, doesn't have any rental agencies. And so what money would be actually generated for the immediate locality? We do have one school in our district. Hopefully if something would get passed, our school would get some of that money, but I have fear that the majority of the money would be heading to Linn County itself, very little for Northland Community School District. Another concern of mine was, I saw on the website that Clenera was founded in Idaho in 2013. By 2021, 90% interest was held by Enlight Renewables company of Tel Aviv, Israel. I'm concerned who their investors are. Myself, I do not want to be dependent on foreign countries for our local utilities infrastructure. I would prefer that it would be a business that does not have outside foreign investors. I believe that Iowa's fertile farmland is a national treasure that can never be replaced. I disapprove of this project to be located near Coggon, Iowa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Helen. Next, Martin Smith. Good evening.
Good evening. Martin Smith, 3219 Carlisle Street in Cedar Rapids. My first reaction to a large solar project in Linn County is finally. It's been clear since the mid-1980s that we can't burn the kind of amount of coal to generate electricity that we want. It was clear by the 2000s or so that the current generation of nuclear power plants were just too expensive. And so it's been 20 years hoping that we could finally get solar power going. We had wind power coming on, and it is a big factor in Iowa. So I support this project, and I hope it goes forward. The county ordinance provides reasonable guidance, I think, for solar projects. And I think that we need to try it. If you have the ordinance sitting there and we never build a plant, well, does it work? Part of that guidance is about soil improvement during the life of the plant. One of the things that I'm going to point out is that a quick calculation suggests that at least 70% of the ground will not be covered by panels. So that area will grow things, including prairie. The second point is on the decommissioning. I stopped by Prairie Woods today just to check, and 4 of, I think there were originally 24 panels that they had on the hermitages, or supplying power to the hermitages, that are from about 1981 or 82, are still operating. They've replaced most of them with newer panels, but the panels 40 years old do last, or can last, 40 years. Shows that it's realistic to think that the original panels will last the life of this project. And then I think my last point is going to be on the idea that there's going to be contamination from the solar project. Well, the first point about that is, except for the oil in the transformers, everything that comes on site and is installed is going to have to be able to last 35 years in the environment. It can't be water soluble. It can't leach a lot of material. So I think that that's kind of red herring. Thank you for your time, and I hope the project goes forward.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next, Mark Frank.
Mark Frank, 4205 Vista Road, Ely. Considering utility scale solar, I see the danger of human-caused, way too rapid climate change from us and our excessive CO2 emissions. The 2013 Linn County Strategic Plan saw that too, placing renewable energy at the very top of 7 different parts, calling for specifically for residential and utility scale solar. This was reinforced as county policy by adopting the renewable energy overlay zoning and protecting future use of ag land and producing low carbon electricity at the same time. Recent extreme weather shows the wisdom of that policy. Since 2008, Iowans have lost nearly $20 billion in crop and property losses from 2 major floods and the 2020 extreme derecho winds. Now, there's 2 companies proposing utility-scale solar projects aligned with existing county policy. We're considering Coggon. I have no illusions that for-profit companies see the danger of human-caused climate change, although some might. They make this proposal because falling solar costs, government incentives, and zero cost for the fuel make solar the cheapest form of marketable electric generation. They don't do this as a favor to us, but as a business deal that works for them. We must make sure that it works for us too. Willing landowners and farmers have signed options with the promise of reliable, higher net income than growing crops. The county gets taxes. There will be construction jobs for a year or more. Non-participating neighbors would have months of construction noise and changes to their views for 30 years or more, potentially reducing property value. Should a landowner's decision harm the neighbors? No. Iowans love and care for our neighbors. The appearance of these solar facilities should fit in with the rural character of our countryside. We need generous solar panel setbacks, beautiful borders of native flowering plants, preserving the existing tree and bush screening, plus adding screening to break up the large-scale sameness of glass and aluminum rows. I didn't hear much talk about adding screening to help beautify that solar farm. No neighbor should suffer from prolonged and unrelenting banging from steel pile driving. This must be managed well. That needs to be looked into. We are an ag county in an ag state. If we're going to use productive farmland for solar, we want more than electricity from these leases. We should insist on grass-fed sheep grazing instead of mere mowing to manage vegetation. Every solar panel acre is pasture for sheep. That's truly dual use of the facility. Since we have no large-scale solar, we have no contractors for sheep vegetation management. Any deal we approve should include growth in this farming business, solar sheep grazing. Solar developers have small interest in sheep, a beautiful facility, or perfectly managed construction noise. That responsibility lies with us and with you as elected supervisors of all in the county. Any proposal approval must include extras that serve and protect our needs. Any agreements must be written and enforceable over the 30-plus years of these facilities. Utility-scale solar didn't just appear overnight. It's been Linn County policy since 2013, reaffirmed in recent years. I support utility-scale solar, and we must take the time to do this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, Pam Mackey-Taylor.
Good evening. I'm Pam Mackey-Taylor. I live at 2200 South 31st Street in Marion. I'm the director of the Iowa chapter of the Sierra Club, and my comments tonight are on behalf of the Sierra Club. First, we support this project and the proposed zoning changes. All of the landowners who will be leasing their land have done so voluntarily and are voluntarily participating. The next thing that's important about this project is that it is next to the substation and it requires no additional infrastructure, no transmission lines, no other support. It meets the county climate goals, and it is providing renewable, sustainable energy that can be used by SIPCO's customers and its member utilities, the rural electric co-ops, and the municipals. And it is going to be providing construction jobs that are beneficial to local labor, paying good jobs, and making sure that the safety requirements for those jobs are being met. And finally, we support the performance bond that has been added to this project as a condition. We think that is very important for the end of life and making sure that those solar panels and pilings can be removed once the project has been ended. Consequently, we support the changes that are being proposed.
Thank you. Next, Danny Heminger. Evening, Danny.
Good evening, Supervisors, my fellow Linn County residents. My name is Danny Heminger. I'm a 6219 Ridgewood Meadows Lane, Cedar Rapids, Linn County. I'm here this evening as a resident to express favorability for this project. There's a few different reasons for that. First is that as a resident of Iowa, as a resident of Linn County, I see this as an opportunity for us to be a leader in clean energy production moving forward. Along with wind energy, this is an opportunity to be a leader in energy that oil and coal have not provided us as a state. Secondly, as landowner rights, I know that this is kind of a big topic around, and I'm personally of the opinion that a landowner should be able to choose to use their land to harvest the sun's energy if they so choose to do so, that it's obviously within their legal right to do so and within the ordinances of the county or place that they reside. Thirdly, and probably most important for me, is a professional issue. I'm a business manager of Labor's Local 43. We are building and construction trades craft here in Iowa. As mentioned earlier, there have been some agreements in place between both the contractor and the developer of this project to utilize local labor. These are good, family-sustaining, benefit-providing jobs that will be around for the years. You know, I guess not to prolong anything again, just really hope that you guys will consider, weigh these things, and vote in favor of moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Next, Mike Sadler Jr. Good evening.
Good evening, Supervisors. Mike Sadler, 4192 Pikeview Drive, Center Point. I am the president of the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City Building Trades, and I have supplied all three of you, I believe. You received the documents that were signed by both Res and Clenera. We have commitments as the building trades from Clenera, assuring us they will use Res on this project, provided that the project is approved by the supervisors. And we have the document signed by Res that they will enter into a 5-trade agreement with the building trades to use the building trades to construct this project, provided it is approved by the supervisors. So I'm here in support of this project for tonight. I think it should be moved forward. I think it will be a good thing at some point in time for the communities and the county here in Linn County. I sent those to you via text, by the way.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Jordan. Good evening.
Good evening, Supervisors. Can you hear me all right? I'm Tim Jordan. I work for Res, the contractor that built the Wapello project, and are engaged in discussions as communicated by Clenera. I'm the Senior Vice President of Renewables over North America, but I am an Iowa resident. We have an office here in Iowa, in Polk County. So, this project is very important to us to see that renewable footprint grow and to bring economic benefits to the state of Iowa and Linn County specifically on this project. Wanted to reiterate our intentions, so you are hearing it directly from the contractor, to use the skilled men and women of the building trades. That's very important to start building that relationship, and with the plans for continued renewable growth, will provide numerous jobs in the future as well. Again, I think addressing some of the concerns from the landowners, understanding being from Iowa, relationships are very important to us as a company, me as an Iowan, fellow Iowans that also work at RES, but as a company, we are a family-owned company still. We have built over 16 gigawatts of renewable projects, but it's really based about maintaining the culture we have, and that's with our clients such as Clenera and the landowners around the project. So I just wanted to introduce myself as the contractor. It is going to be someone that's from Iowa that will be leading the construction efforts and show support of the project, and hope that you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is an individual named Jeremy, whose last name I will not butcher, but they have identified their address in Ankeny. Good evening, Jeremy.
Good evening, it's Jeremy Terzinski. I was the project manager out at Wapello, so I was able to get out there early on before we started construction. I did the door knocking myself with my superintendent to the neighbors, whether they're participants or not, made sure that we were addressing the issues that they had up front. As you stated, I am a resident of Ankeny now, but I did buy a house in Wapello. I still own that home. It's a farmhouse there that I'm renovating and hopefully will sell. I can kind of address a couple of the concerns that I've heard or hope to. I wouldn't have bought that house. It's my own money that I invested if I believe that it had a detriment to the market by building a solar farm. I'm part of building a solar farm. I see it, everywhere we go. I don't think that it has an impact to the market. And to speak to that, I've been called by my realtor 3 times since I've moved there with people looking for houses in Wapello, and they want to know if I'll sell. Eventually, one day I will sell, and I am fully confident that I'll get all my money back and hopefully more. I'm confident in that statement. And then on the actual impact to the community, I live there. I lived in a resident. That house is a mile from the project. I can see the project. I could see my construction office from my back deck, and vice versa. I could see my house from the construction site. My wife and kids lived there too the entire time we were constructing. They became friends with the neighbors. We partook in a lot of the local events that were happening in Wapello. I had talked with many of the business owners, not only because of the position that I was in on the project and trying to establish those business relationships for supply and other services that were provided by local businesses, but also as individuals of the community that I went and were involved in local events with. And I'd say a net positive impact overall on the project. I never got any negative feedback from any of my neighbors. I didn't get negative feedback from any of the local community members that I was involved with, inside or outside of the business. I'm proud of what we've done out there as a company. We're trying to bring as much low carbon renewable energy to as many places and as many people as we can. And I've been doing that for going on 15 years next year in renewables, and will continue to do so as long as I can. I do think that the jobs and skill sets that come with construction are there, and they're temporary, as highlighted in a number of the slides that were presented. They're not long-term permanent jobs, but the long-term permanent skills that are developed by those workers can be applied to future work beyond renewables, but also in construction, warehousing jobs, all of the operator skill sets that are learned there. So there's a lot of lasting impressions for the employees that do partake in those projects that don't necessarily stay there, but they'll move on and be useful in other endeavors. And I do hope you guys vote this project forward.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Next, Bill Cherrier.
Well, good evening, Supervisors Rogers, Walker, and Zumbach. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Bill Cherrier. I am the CEO and Vice President of SIPCO, Central Iowa Power Cooperative. My residence is 1348 South 46th Street, West Des Moines, Iowa. And I wanted to let you know that Coggon Solar is an extremely important investment and addition, not only for Central Iowa Power Cooperative, but all 13 of our rural electric cooperative members, including Linn County REC. It is we are all nonprofit organizations, so all costs that we incur are passed on to our members. So the economics of these projects are extremely important. The impact on the land and the property of these projects are extremely important, and we always try to minimize the impact that we can. So having it located on our existing system with an existing substation that will be expanded, so we are on the footprint, but we have to expand the substation to accommodate there, but we are not building a whole new site and location on our system. We are not building new transmission system. Our goal is to minimize that because all those costs, in addition to the impact of the land, must be passed on to all our members. The addition of this in eastern Iowa really helps offset the loss that we've incurred with losing and closing of the Duane Arnold Energy Center on August 10th, 2020, during the derecho storm, if we recall. We have been working in earnest to replace all that power on our system, and we are seeing projects, as noted earlier, of FedEx, University of Iowa hospitals locating in Linn County territory that requires additional capacity, additional energy, and we have to find ways to provide that. There are very little choices out in the marketplace today, and renewables is one of the top choices that bring the economics and sustainability to us and all our members. In addition, this is an important addition and reinvestment for the cooperatives in Linn County. Linn County has been a leader in carbon-free generation for a very long time with the Duane Arnold Energy Center. And we have applauded the support that we've seen from Linn County over many, many years and hope to continue to see that kind of support as we go into the future. Our largest members coming into our system or wanting to expand on our system not only expect but demand renewable power on our system. So it is extremely important that we have that, and we are one of the first in Iowa to work with Clenera on the Wapello Solar, 100 megawatt solar array, and this one will also substantially increase that investment in rural Iowa. And my final point is this is rural power for rural Iowans, and especially rural eastern Iowa. So thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Kirk Highland.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name's Kirk Highland, 3743 Highland View Northeast, North Liberty, Iowa. I'm on Linn County REC's lines. I'm also on the Board of Directors of Linn County REC and Central Iowa Power Cooperative. As Bill just mentioned, in August, our lives changed in the utility industry when we lost Duane Arnold and basically 40% of our base load power. We've got to replace that with something. We haven't been able, or we never will, build a new coal plant. We're certainly, as a co-op, we don't have the wherewithal to build a gas plant. And our only way to keep safe, clean, reliable, and affordable electricity to our rural members is by going through the process of purchasing power from SIPCO and renewable power like this. SIPCO's involved with a number of wind farms throughout the state, and of course the Wapello Solar Farm, and now this. This purchase enables us to have our rates substantially below Alliant, and allows us to be competitive, to bring in new businesses. As a matter of fact, the FedEx distribution facility that was alluded to here is going to be on Linn County REC's lines, which is a major user for us. And they want to know about renewable power. University Hospitals is building a new facility down in North Liberty. That's on our lines. Renewable power is extremely important to them. So while this is a project that the power, you can never say, well, this particular power is going to stay in the grid here in eastern Iowa. It certainly is going to be used here. And the fact that we can buy it at a much better price through SIPCO, through Clean Era, enables us to grow and give our members a very good deal on electricity, and also give us the sustainability that we know that 5, 10, 15 years from now, we've still got that electricity function coming into our system. So when they turn on the switch, they're gonna get lights. We aren't Texas, and we aren't some other areas, but we could be, because we need more power in this area. So I'd appreciate your consideration in the rezoning matter, and look forward to a successful project. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next, John Zakrasik.
Good evening, Supervisors. John Zakrasik, 531 Lawndale Drive in Cedar Rapids. I'm representing Linn Clean Energy District tonight. We have a mission that aligns with Linn County's goals. That's to accelerate a just and equitable transition to clean energy. We were present at the initial meetings about the Coggon Solar Project, and we've been working very diligently to listen to all of the people who have had concerns about the project, as well as those who support it. We organized and carried out 3 different tours. Linn County staff attended some of those at different solar farms. One in Wapello, one in Marshall, Minnesota, and then in Badger Hollow. And what I wanted to do was make a very big compliment to the Linn County supervisors and staff because of the incredible amount of listening that went on. Where we were when this project started and the kinds of comments that were coming in, and where we are now is light years apart. Along that way, many good things have happened that have dramatically improved this project and made it much more palatable to the citizens who are going to be affected by it if it is approved. So we are strong supporters of everything we can do to get the clean energy in place. When the nuclear plant shut down, it took out 500 jobs, and our emissions went up by 16% over our 2010 baseline. That's not where we want to be. And while there are people going to be affected if the project goes through, looking at something that's different than what they want to look at, there are people right now living next to coal and gas-fired plants that are spewing unhealthy emissions at 16% over the levels they were, 2.3 million metric tons. So we have to think about this very broadly and for the entire community. And so I would encourage the supervisors to support this project and help us on our way to reducing those climate emissions. And again, I want to compliment the entire staff as well as the supervisors on all that has been done to truly protect the interests as best as possible of all the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Junior Lensman.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Junior Lonsman, and I live at 4100 Woodridge Drive, Northeast Cedar Rapids. I am here today in support of the proposed solar project, especially its use of local labor. I am the Vice President of Area Building Trades and the Business Manager of IBEW Local 405, and I represent over 700 union electricians in the corridor. Throughout the course of my career, I have seen numerous projects built in this area by out-of-town contractors. Usually these projects were staffed with out-of-state migrant workers and temp agencies. The compensation for these workers undercut the area labor standards, leaving our local contractors at a disadvantage to secure work for their employees that live here in Linn County. These projects exploit workers and our community without regard for our citizens. The Coggon Solar Project is not exploiting our area, but is working with and for our community by their commitment to local labor. They have agreed to utilize a project labor agreement on this project. This will provide jobs to our citizens and provide opportunities in our apprenticeship programs for those in our area that are looking for a career that has no student loan debt and provides good pay with benefits that include health insurance and pensions. This project with SIPCO, Clinera, and Res Americas is committed to us, the people of Linn County, of Iowa in general, and their commitment to local labor proves this. Please support this, the people of Linn County, by supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Junior. Next, Tom Robinson. And just to uplift for the audience here, there are about 18 other individuals left, 17 after Tom Robinson, who are requested to speak. Thank you.
Good evening. The sheet of paper that I just handed out to the supervisors is, I've been hearing through social media about some of the misinformation that's being spread amongst this deal. So I took it upon myself to go back to the 11/29 Planning and Zoning meeting and to just jot a few things down that struck me. And one of the things, these were all quotes by Tom Fitzgerald from Clinera. And one thing that he seemed to not be able to quite recall what he said, but at 57 minutes into the presentation, Tom Fitzgerald said, and I quote, "If one of the participating landowners decided not to participate, or Clinera no longer wanted them to participate in the project, they would just be relieved from doing so, and we would proceed." So I just wanted to pass that on to Mr. Fitzgerald. Mostly what I wanted to talk about was this tile issue that's been talked about 18 gazillion times. And the tile issue that's surrounding I want to start with the tile situation surrounding the SIPCO substation. The substation is directly next to our property, and the substation would take the electricity produced by this solar thing. Our tile main was built over, let me back up. SIPCO redid their substation about 7 or 8 years ago, and when they did that, they built directly over the tile main, which we do have a legal easement on. Despite months and months of our family attempting to help get this resolved, nothing has changed. It is our stance that SIPCO ignored our legal easement, and according to one of the employees that we talked to from SIPCO, they cut and knowingly removed the tile main. This is against Iowa law. Linn County officials as well as SIPCO officials signed off on the application process as well as the engineering plan. In the plan, there are numerous references to honoring drainage easements, yet none of it was followed. And I relate this to the ag mitigation plan that Linn County has put together to possibly service this project. The final ag mitigation plan provides no protection for legal easements. It would allow Clenera to move any drainage lines without any landowner's permission, period. This is just yet another example of a bad plan that is almost certain to create problems and liabilities in the future. So supervisors, I thank you for your time, and I ask you to please deny this.
Thank you, Tom. Tracy Nelson.
Hi, my name is Tracy Nelson. I live at 3311 Pleasant Creek Road, Palo, Iowa. Good evening, guys. I would like to address the question on will the project be adequately served by public facilities, specifically regarding fire protection. Solar companies tell everybody there's very little reporting of very few reports of solar panel fires, but the main reason is because on the firefighter's incident report, there is no box to check for solar fires or solar panels or anything concerning solar. This is a national incident report. I'll show you.
Thank you.
The main cause of fires in solar arrays is arcing of wires that have been damaged by weather, wind, rain, corrosion, or else faulty manufacturing or faulty installation. According to the solar panel industry's magazine called Photon, the incident of fires caused by solar panels is approximately 1 per 10,000 units. So if Clenera is installing 325,000 units, the solar panels, then you can expect at least 32 to 33 fires per year. I asked the director of the Linn County Emergency Management how they would respond to a fire inside an industrial solar facility. The gentleman replied that they would not respond, they would let it burn. That means they won't go in there and do anything, they would let it burn. They would refer to a local volunteer fire department to take care of any fires that might be outside of the unit. If the project is 2 miles from the Coggon Volunteer Fire Department, it would normally take them approximately 10 to 15 minutes to get their guys rounded up and respond to a call about a fire. The firefighters can determine if the fire is inside the area where the panels are, or if it's a grass fire outside of the location. If the panels are on fire, the firefighters cannot enter the area due to OSHA regulations and the risk of electrocution. And so they would just let them burn also. If there was a grass fire that would threaten the loss of damage to neighboring properties, then the fire department would attempt to put that out. In Linn County, grass fires spread at a rate of 10 to 15 miles per hour. So if the volunteer fire department arrives in 10 to 15 minutes, the fire would have spread between 1.5 to 2.5 miles before they got there, engulfing barns, homes, or any other structures that might be involved. The setback for the setbacks for the neighbors needs to be increased to protect the neighboring farms and structures and lives, or else you need to require a sprinkler system or some kind of fire suppression system, or require them to have their own firefighters that are there at all times. Due to the lack of fire protection to neighboring properties, I would ask that Linn County Supervisors vote no on this project. And this is a picture of it was in California. This is a solar fire that burned 1,127 acres and took out a bunch of buildings and everything too. So it's not that it doesn't happen, it just, you can't, there's no place to report them on that report. But if you can just Google up solar fires and they're all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Al Schaffbusch of Dysart.
Well, my name is Al Schaffbusch from Dysart. I'm a farmer, have been a farmer there all my life, used no-till and cover crops and worked real hard to keep the environment safe. When I look at a solar farm, it tells me that the solar is going to be producing half of the time, and at night it will not. So that means you have to have another total production plant that will take up that load when the solar is down. So they are having to build a double plant, one that will take all the load, and then they build this other one. So why would they do that if they're looking for low cost? Well, they wouldn't, except for one thing, government subsidies. All of our tax dollars are paying for this. That's the reason it works. If they had to pay for the solar panels themselves, they would never do it. Also, an acre of corn will sequester 36,000 pounds of carbon dioxide. I don't think that the solar planters will take any carbon dioxide out of the air at all. And then what about the carbon it takes to build the solar planters? Most of it is from coal plants in China where they build these solar panels. So I don't think the carbon is anything that we're going to gain on. They have $1 million reconsider them at the end, to decommission the ones at the end. Well, this project costs $180 million. $1 million will not decommission this plant when it's done. There needs to be a bigger fund there if you're going to have a fund that is left that's high enough to decommission and take these down at the end. They'll just sell it to another company, and then the next thing, the farmer will be stuck with what's left. And I guess the bottom line is, I don't believe that solar is maybe a real bad thing, even though I said a few things bad about it, but the main thing is we've got to not put it on prime farmland. Surely we can find some land in Iowa that is low CSR and does not produce 200 bushel corn to put solar panels on, and then we can have clean energy and we can still produce the crops off of our prime farmland. So I think that's the main reason is the project should be turned down. It needs to be on lower quality land.
Thank you, Al. Paula Robinson.
Good evening. My name is Paula Robinson. My address is 1127 Lynn, Delaware Road. My residence is directly across the north boundary of the Coggon Solar Project. Please let it know that I have never been contacted by Clenera since the inception of the proposal. As an adjacent, non-participating landowner and opponent of the intended project, my family and I have demonstrated continued participation in this 12-month-plus process. We have attended technical review committee meetings where no public comments were allowed. We have attended planning and zoning and board of supervisor meetings where we were allowed to give comments. However, no discussion has ever entailed. Our messages, with the help of our payload posse, include declining property values. However, that was disputed. Environmental detriments, as we found tonight, were not expected. Demise of prime farmland, very small, but not significant. Economic community benefits, a lot. Presence of hazardous chemicals, denied. Desire for Clenera to be a neighbor, I have yet to see that. Did I mention Iowa law? That's not applicable. How about recycling? Well, that'll take place in 35 years at decommissioning. Thank goodness for this week's Linn County 2021 Popular Annual Financial Report. On page 5 promotes community collaborations in health and well-being. Will this community outreach be available to the non-participating landowners and community of Coggon? Do we need to drive to Cedar Rapids to sustain our mental health? I moved from Florida in May of 2021 for my mental well-being. See, I have an adult son who has a mental illness coupled with substance abuse. On a good day, my home was dysfunctional. I came to Iowa for my well-being. I choose to have my home as my mental health access center. Within that access center is family, security, support, faith, and community. This is how rural Iowans create a healthy community. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Next, Phil Engine.
Good evening. My name is Phil Engen, 4913 Lincoln Heights Drive, Cedar Rapids. I've been Linn County resident for 22 years. I'm speaking in support of the solar project on behalf of myself and 150 local members of Citizens Climate Lobby. Much has been said about the evils of taking farmland out of production, but the opposite is the case. This project puts farmland back into production with a much higher yield per acre. Every farm is a solar farm. Farmers take the energy of the sun and using a mechanism like a corn plant, maybe a cow or a pig, and they convert that energy into something we want to use, like cornbread, beef, pork, or ethanol. This newer type of solar farm is just another crop using a different mechanism, a solar panel. In 1871, our Iowa farmers planted corn and harvested the energy of the sun at the rate of 25 bushels per acre. Today, 150 years later, farmers still harness the energy of the sun to grow corn and harvest 200 bushels to the acre. This is a fantastic increase in yields and efficiency thanks to innovation and better farming practices. A new farmer has come to our area and wants to further increase efficiency and farm yields. This farmer wants to harness the energy of the sun, like every other farmer, but rather than using a rather inefficient corn plant, a solar panel will be used. This results in a yield of 25,000 bushels per acre equivalent. This farmer has the ability to increase yields 125 times over current practices, and we should encourage this innovation and do everything we can to support it. According to the USDA, Linn County has 225 square miles of corn crops. 57% of Iowa corn is used to produce ethanol for transportation. This means that 128 square miles of Linn County is currently being used to produce transportation fuel, effectively gasoline, not food. These 128 square miles produce 38 million gallons of ethanol, or enough fuel to drive 650 million miles per year in an average new car. 650 million. Our new farmer in the area, Clenera, with their new farming practices, are going to produce roughly 170 gigawatt hours of energy per year, or enough to drive an average new electric car 680 million miles per year. This farmer will produce more transportation miles in this 1 square mile of farmland than all the rest of the ethanol farmers in the county combined. This 125-fold increase in efficiency should be praised, welcomed, and embraced. We are pleased that this new son farmer wants to come to our area, as this project will free up 128 square miles for food production. Linn County residents drive 1.6 billion miles per year using mostly fossil fuels imported from other states and countries. Linn County residents could fulfill all their driving needs with just 2 or 3 of these solar farms. It's time for Iowa to become energy independent with farms like this Clenera farm. Please vote to approve this project. Our country needs renewable energy, and we all need carbon-free energy.
Thank you. Tom from Mount Vernon on Palisades Road. Good evening.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Tom Weisler. I live at 406 Palisades Road, and for the last 4 years I've been on City Council in Mount Vernon, and for the last 10 days I've been Mayor of Mount Vernon. In my city manager role, or in my city council role, I've been the head of our sustainability committee for those 4 years. I also have been involved with the Linn Clean Energy District, as John mentioned a couple speakers ago, and I also have an application into the Linn County Board of Supervisors Resiliency and Sustainability Committee, as a matter of fact. And I recognize that my 2 points are going to be very niche related and kind of smaller in scope than what the solar farm here in Coggon is. But the bottom line is that I support and endorse the Coggon solar farm project. First of all, 5 years ago, I was asked by an organization, Midwest Renewable Energy, to see about being a presenter for a concept they called solar power hours. It was aimed for residential solar, but they were going to see how it would work out in Linn County for offering this opportunity for solar panels on residents. That took off in such a big way. It was one of the largest projects that 8-state organization had accumulated, because there was an appetite for solar in Linn County, as it was proven, not only in the number of people that attended the sessions, but also the number of people that signed up for the sessions and in the size of those sessions, the size of the electricity that those solar panels brought on. So that incurred a second summer, and then a third, and a fourth, and a fifth summer. So over the 5 years, the last 5 summers, I've done over the 20 presentations, and I've seen, and I recognize this is a little bit niche related with this residential versus farm, but you can see that there's an appetite for solar in this area. That's been proven in a big way. So that's my first point. Second point is, and this references one of the last speakers here, about a conversation that I had with a farmer west of Mount Vernon. And he brought up the concept that he considers what he is doing with his solar panels is just another form of farming. Just like he raises cattle and hogs, he's raising energy. He's farming the land for corn and beans. He's also farming it for energy. So he says it fits into his mission, and he was very proud and glad of what he was doing in his scope, what he could do for raising solar energy by the panels on his farm. So I guess my first point again, there's appetite for solar in Linn County. And the second point, harvesting solar energy is farming. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh Henick.
Hi, Josh Henick, Mount Vernon, 654 Wilcox Road. I'm here on behalf of Linn County Farm Bureau to state our position in regards to industrial solar projects. Make note to the supervisors, thank you for your time this evening. Thank you for hosting this event and listening to all the different aspects of this project. As you know, Linn County Farm Bureau has Been supportive of, as Tom talked about, the power hour and residential solar. Looking at this project as more of an industrial utility project, we want to make sure we voice our position on that as well. It is the position of Iowa Farm Bureau that state siting and setback rules for utility-scale solar projects should consider landowner preference, agricultural productivity, and environmental and neighborhood impact. It is the determination of the Linn County Board of Directors that those conditions have not been met and are there yet unresolved concerns about damage to drainage tile which adjoin neighboring properties and will substantially impact not only the agricultural productivity of the land on which this project will be placed, but also the productivity of the surrounding area. Additionally, it is the position of Linn County Farm Bureau that large-scale industrial solar should not be built on productive farmland, nor should large-scale industrial solar projects be allowed on leased land. The decision that the Board of Supervisors will make regarding this industrial-scale solar project will set precedent for future large-scale utility projects in Linn County. The Linn County Farm Bureau, while recognizing the need for creative climate solutions, urges the Board to carefully weigh the impact this project will have on the rural and agricultural communities of Linn County, and remind the Board that the Linn County Board of Adjustment recommended against approving this project. In specific relation to the bond posted for tile drainage repairs, one point that I wanted to note, I did receive a bid for a tile project on 80 acres of a project unrelated to this, but they said there was going to be about a $100,000 bond. That one 80-acre project would cost about $80,000 to $90,000 for a tile project on only 80 acres. So one of the main concerns is the lack of funding to finance large-scale unresolved drainage issues in tile projects. I do want to make sure I clarify the point. Linn County Farm Bureau has been very supportive of residential solar, making sure our members know the opportunities they have on their own property to utilize solar with livestock facilities, on residential properties as well. But in this case, looking at this Coggon project, and I know the board is also considering projects in other areas of the county, this will set precedent for future projects in terms of how this Board of Supervisors will protect and prioritize ag land in the rural communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Up next, Scott Rowland.
Yes, first to address the ecological intensification that's going to be needed to meet future demands for food, these kinds of projects are needed because before the installation it's going to be perceived by overcropping, and then you're going to have a native prairie. This kind of thing is needed to reduce the rate of soil degradation, water eutrophication, and a loss of biodiversity. There's no evidence that should we create this kind of prairie to coexist with a solar installation, that there will be a reduction of the rate of insect pollination, or there shouldn't be a change in the the rate and frequency of floral blooms. Now, this kind of For this kind of thing, we're only going to be setting aside 750 acres, and that's roughly about 0.2% of 324,000 acres in Linn County. What's that?
He's asking if you can speak up.
Okay.
You can maybe move the mic up if that would be easier for you. Or just take it out. Sure, that works too.
I'm sure.
You can just hold the mic. You can hold it out.
Yeah, sure. So it's only going to be taking up 750 out of 324,000 acres. Now, assuming that we would put in place a perfectly efficient wind-water solar system that would create carbon neutrality, and assuming that we're getting 100 megawatts for each 750 acres, statewide we would only be using 0.5% of arable land. So this is not going to really have a significant effect on food prices. Okay, the idea of that I think is just not without basis whatsoever. The other point I would say is that putting aside the idea that this is going to only have a small impact, putting aside that it's voluntary easement, I think we also need to look at right now the potential lease payments that you'd be getting per acre. At present, with this kind of solar installation, you'd be getting about $336 per acre. At present, for an average of 34 years. At present, you're only getting about $117 per acre through farming. Now, assuming that there's a 2% rate of inflation growth, the best that you're going to get in 34 years would be about $272 per acre. The other thing that I want to address is that we're simply running out of time, okay? At this point, we only have about 106 megawatts of installed capacity in the state of Iowa. Now, assuming that there's a demand for 80,000 megawatts by 2050, which I expect is correct, that means about 20,000 megawatts of generating capacity that we're going to have to address. So we're very far away from addressing that, and I think that we really need to expedite the approval of things like this. The larger concern I have is just simply the consequences that will come with climate change. Now, even assuming a 2.4 degrees Celsius warming scenario, you're looking at roughly about, $470 trillion dollars of damage, okay? And that's supported by East Anglia University, various articles they can find or whatnot. So really, I mean, the human cost is going to be profound, and that needs to be taken into account when we're putting these kinds of installations in place. And one thing on the instance of fire, I should say that a few statistics have been wrongly cited. It's actually the instance is 1 in every 10,000 installations, and as for the biosequestration, with solar panels there will actually be a net decrease of 35,000 tons of carbon per year per acre. So yes, I don't want to take any more time, but yes, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next, is it Jerome Rees of Ryan, Iowa? Okay. We're now on to the last sheet. Ambassador Swati Dandekar, good evening.
Mr. Rowland. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Good evening. Honorable Chairman Ben Rogers, Honorable Vice Chairman Louis Zampa, Honorable Supervisor Stacy Walker, my friend auditor, county staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Swati Dandekar, chairperson of Bright Future, Iowa. I forgot to tell my address. My address is 2731 28th Avenue, Marion, Iowa. Our organization helps Iowans understand the benefits renewable energy projects like the Coggon solar farm provide to our state, our communities, and our farmers. I'm here to tell you that Iowans, especially the Linn County residents in particular, support solar energy in Linn County. Local support for solar is strong. Support for solar is bipartisan. Solar energy is supported by farmers, union members, and businesses. As evidence of that, Gentry Collins and I are pleased to present to all of you with a petition in support of solar farm in Linn County signed by 4,002 Linn County residents. And this is for support. We have collected these signatures online and in our local neighborhoods. Why are Linn County residents supporting solar farms? They want the new tax revenue in millions from the Coggon farm that will help fund improvements for county services, infrastructure, schools, road repair, and more. The Linn County citizens are excited about the possibility of bringing in new businesses who will be attracted to affordable, clean solar energy. Farmers who voluntarily lease their land for solar farming see a reliable way to diversify their income they can depend on for decades. And residents who want to act on climate change, as the board itself has called for support solar farms for the clean energy it will generate and provide to Iowa homes. Brett Nichols, Linn County Democratic Party Chair, supports solar because of the 21st century jobs it will bring to our community. You heard from my friend Ron Corbett, former Republican Speaker of Iowa House of Representatives and current Vice President of Economic Development for the Cedar Rapids Alliance, supports solar for the new businesses it will attract to the area. My friend Linda Langston, former Linn County Supervisor, you all know, supports solar energy because it will help our rural community grow. As I said, support for solar is strong. Of course, it's not unanimous, which I would like it would be. You have heard tonight from some who are opposed to it, and it is their right to voice their opinions and ask questions. However, we believe, as do the thousands of Linn County residents who signed our petition in support of solar farm project. Approval of Coggon solar farm positions our communities to grow and prosper and help the county address some of the most important issues residents say we face, including adding alternative and renewable energy sources, growing our economy and jobs, and fostering sustainable development. In closing, I join with the 4,002 Linn County residents who signed our petition in stating, we look forward to all the benefits solar energy brings to our community and call on our elected official to support the future of solar energy in our Linn County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Darrow Center.
My name is Darrow Center. I live in Cedar Rapids. I'd like to share my interest in the potential opportunity for local farmers to be employed grazing sheep in between the solar panels as a mutually beneficial way to manage the prairie plants grown around the panels. I asked that ahead of the meeting, and I received a response that that's indeed an opportunity. I encourage that opportunity to be embraced as a win-win because the sheep grazing would manage the plants from growing too high as often, to minimize shading of the solar panels, minimize or eliminate the need for mowing, allow farmers to be connected with the land, all at the same time as benefiting from the local renewable electricity production. Regarding the prairie grown around the panels, I also like to share my deep appreciation and support for that because they will do the following: support pollinators and wildlife, improve soil health, improve water quality, help buffer flooding and prevent erosion, and sequester carbon in the soil. More than 95% of the prairie that once was the land of Iowa was converted to farmland. And while this provided us benefits, I think that 0.2% of farmland is a tiny and worthy amount to restore for native prairie and wildlife it supports. Regarding property values, I know my perspective is only one, but I personally would pay more to live near this solar project because of the better water quality, the beauty of the prairie, and the solar panels themselves would be a beautiful reminder of local clean energy that we need to slow down rapid climate change. Finally, thank you for holding this public hearing, the transparency of the process, addressing so many of our concerns, and making the project have so many more benefits beyond just renewable energy production. Please vote yes for the project to proceed to the next 2 hearings.
Thank you, Darrow. William Rogan.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm William Rogan. I'm a non-participating landowner southeast or downwind of the solar project. Yeah, I do have some concern about fires. I think it's a legitimate concern. You know, whenever you're putting something that on that scale, you know, I think that you've got a lot of turnout here. Obviously, you have some opinion. I can't imagine the emails that you've had to sort through. I feel for you. I'm not against solar. This doesn't seem like the right place for it. You know, why are we here talking about this now in this location? It's because of the money. Plain and simple. It's the cheapest place to put it. For us, no. It's the cheapest place to put it for an out-of-state company who is going to profit. SIPCO is a non-profit. Solentra is a profit. They're going to profit from this. Why are we not able to find anybody in the state of Iowa that wants to take on this project if it's that great? It's a $150 million project. I mean, obviously, you're going to make some money off the thing. You're telling me there's nobody in the state of Iowa that we can reap the benefits or those profitable dollars from for this? That something doesn't equate. Doesn't make sense to me. Why are we having somebody from Idaho reach out to us for this project and say, hey, can we make some money off of you? We have a resource in Coggon, agricultural land, where we're using solar energy to generate energy. We're using solar energy to use the energy as we need it. And this is just trading one for another. Why don't we put this someplace where we're not producing any solar energy, where we're not harnessing, you know, for fuel, for food, for a lot of the businesses that depend on the products that are produced there now. It's just, something's not passing the sniff test to me as far as the money, the flow of money. Where's it coming, where's it going? And I would encourage you to make sure that the interest of the citizens of the local community are at the top priority, not the people who are paying for people to come and speak and be here. Actions speak louder than words. I've heard a lot of words tonight. You have heard a lot of words, but the actions that I've seen so far is years of waiting for the Robinsons to get a simple tile taken care of. Like, they have nobody to go to, no phone number to call, no door to knock on to say, hey, I have a problem, I need you to fix it. And it still remains unresolved, unaddressed. They're sitting in a situation where they're like, I have no rights here. And it's Iowa law. They've had to hire an attorney. They're putting money out of their pocket just to protect their rights. Something doesn't smell right. This is a big enough project that Solentra can make that issue just go away now, tomorrow. I mean, they could plop down some money, send the right people, hire the contractors, the issue would be just resolved next week. And they've yet to do it. Why? Money. I don't know. The Robinsons don't know. The rest of the community is like, what? Why isn't this resolved? It doesn't make any sense. I have had zero contact, and I mean, this solar project it takes up a huge part of my view on the property that I own. I have had zero contact from anybody. Nobody's called, left a voicemail. I checked my voice messages. I checked my emails. It's not like I have ignored them. I answer out-of-state phone calls. I don't understand. They say one thing, and I'm just not seeing it. I don't see them speaking on their actions, and that is concerning, and it's concerning for how they're going to treat this situation in the future. I'm 41. This project is going to be in my view for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Hart.
Hi, I'm Ken Hart from 2092 Wapsie Y Road, spell that, Coggon. I came to the Monday Zoning Commission meeting, or in November, and two things came to my attention. The first one was decommissioning dollars, and the second one was land use. Decommissioning dollars.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Decommissioning dollars, it's nice to see the $1 million bond there, but there's 325,000 solar panels there. And if you take that times $12 to $25 per panel, that's $4 to $8 million in today's dollars. If you add 1.5% to that over the next 20 to 35 years, that $4,000 to $8,000 grows faster than the 1 million. So some of those tax revenues may have to go into decommissioning the solar array. The second one is land use, and I saw some of the substations that were there, and one of them was the Bertrand substation, which SIPCO can see out of their front door, and that land there is across from the sewer plant. So land usage there would be not a problem if they could locate the solar system there on the north side of Bertrand Road. The other thing is I heard them explain solar systems, but I did not hear the word reliable. Now, I'm not saying the system itself would be reliable, but as I drive around the country in Iowa, I see snow on top of solar panels after a snowstorm. During the winter, we have 6-7 hours of sunlight. I've seen solar panels on north sides of roofs, which doesn't make sense to me, and I'm wondering if somebody's trying to make money off of that. And I have a high tunnel, and last week the sun didn't shine, and those vegetables in my high tunnel got cold and froze. So it's reliable, but for Iowa, it doesn't make a lot of sense because the sun doesn't always shine. The last thing is, like tonight, there's no sun, there's no wind. Like the guy from Dysart said, there has to be a backup generation because it's not always reliable, it's just not always there. Thank you for your time and your thoughtfulness. Challenging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judith Hart. Good evening.
I'm Judith Hart from Coggon, Iowa, and I'm just going to read to you a little bit about the darker side of solar. Solar installations on the scale needed to supply power grids are massive by necessity, transforming the lands where they're located into a new kind of built environment. They can alter everything from sun exposure to moisture to surface temperatures. This can have unintended and unexpected impacts on local plants, animals, and even the area's microbiome. Photovoltaic panels shade the land while blocking some areas from rainfall and dousing others with heavy runoff. This changes the growing conditions for plants with implications for other connected species. The other prominent form of solar, concentrated solar, in which mirrors focus the sun's rays, generates so much heat that it can incinerate insects and burn the feathers of birds flying through. Jeffrey Lovich, a research ecologist with the U.S. Geological Survey who studies the environmental impacts of these installations, wrote to Vox. In areas like the U.S. Southwest, solar installations appear to contribute to bird mortality. Scientists aren't entirely sure why this is, but one prevailing idea known as the lake effect hypothesis is that migrating waterfowl making their way through the arid landscape mistake the installations for bodies of water and crash into them. Large solar facilities in particular can also fragment important wildlife habitat or migration corridors via fences and landscape alteration, and can restrict gene flow for animals as well as plant populations. And we live about 1.5 miles as the crow flies from this installation, and there is a waterway by Camp Wapsie, which is right across the road from us. And I often walk across down to the waterway to see the wildlife, the wild birds that fly through. I'm sorry, I can't think right now what they are. The herons, and there's another one. But anyway, the point being that this might affect. And today, or tonight, I was hearing the impact for rain and some other, but they didn't address, I didn't hear it anyway, when the wind blows, other than Will, who just spoke, mentioned the fires. But when we have a wind like derecho, or if we have north winds coming through, will there be any impact from these solar panels that will affect people south of this facility? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith. Okay, we're down to the last three. Stan Myers. Oh, I'm sorry, Steve. Sure.
My name is Stephen Myers. I live at 3372 64th Street Drive, Palo, and I'd like to discuss reliability of solar panels in a different manner. The solar industry has been expanding exponentially in the last 10 years, and due to that, there's some issues with the reliability of the panels. The Iowa Public Utility Code, Paragraph 1 states, "It is the intent of the General Assembly to attract the development of electrical power generating and transmission facilities within the state in sufficient quantity to ensure reliable electric service to Iowa consumers and provide economic benefits to the state. The General Assembly intends to the assurance of reliable electric service to the Iowa consumers." Now, the American Society of Civil Engineers assigns risk categories and standards to which each category is to be built. Risk categories are used to categorize buildings and structures based upon their importance and include considerations such as risk to human life and societal needs of the building or structure to function during and following extreme events. In other words, it would be unreasonable to acquire a corn silo to be built to survive the same weather forces as a hospital, as one stores a product and the other protects human life. The categorization allows the construction of each in a risk-based economical manner. Risk categories are numbered based upon their significance. The lower the risk category, the less stringent the requirements. In the previous example, a corn silo would be built to the lowest standard, which is risk category 1, and a hospital would be built to risk category 4. Other examples, such as residential homes, are Category 2, as they are expected to be occupied. Structures associated with public utilities are considered risk Category 3, as they support a societal can't pronounce that word right now, needs. Unless they are considered as emergency backups, in which case they are higher category, risk Category 4. Currently, solar panels mounting systems are assigned risk Category 1, the lowest risk category, as they are considered non-building structures that represent low risk to human life. The code does not consider them risk Category 3 or 4, as these categories are intended to avoid interruptions of electricity to critical infrastructure following a wind event. Now, I have a reference in the back about page 4 that states this. They believe that the added level of reliability was unnecessary for a solar plant where the production is interrupted nightly. In essence, the American Society of Civil Engineers did not consider solar arrays as a source of electrical power reliable enough to support the electrical grid. But it should be noted that solar facilities were 5 megawatts and below at the time this code was adopted, smaller than even what would be required to apply for a generating certificate in the state of Iowa. Currently, the solar industry is expanding at a phenomenal growth, but we're going to build them the way we always have. The electrical grid is being redesigned to support the industrial solar facilities of hundreds of megawatts. These facilities are being slated to replace older fossil fuel facilities that are constructed to risk Category 3 standards. Now, why are the coal facilities built to a higher standard than what we're trying to build these facilities to? And the answer, I just explained the answer. They didn't believe that these were going to be this big at the time that they adopted the code. So, the Department of Energy issued a notice, and I've attached that notice to the handout that I gave you. It's DOE-GO 102018 5109, titled Solar Photovoltaic Systems in Hurricanes and Other Severe Weather Events, and dated August of 2018. And under the codes and standards, which I've circled in that page 6 of that handout, the document states the solar photovoltaic industry is changing rapidly. It takes a few years for codes and standards to keep up with the lessons learned from the field experience and from changing consumer needs. While there are several relevant codes, the American Standard of Civil Engineers sponsors the main structural code.
Mr. Myers, your time has expired, but we will enter this, since these are your written words, into the record.
Yes.
Thank you very much for putting this together. We do appreciate it. Laura Myers.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Thank you for having us. I'm sorry it's so late. I'll try and be brief. You all have a copy. I gave it to you. A lot of talk about property value. We know Clonera did studies. Actually, the task force, Clean Energy Task Force.
Excuse me, there are individuals in the back who are saying they can't hear you. Can you speak more directly into the mic or hold it close to you?
Can you hear me now?
Clearly. Very well.
The task force, the Clean Energy District, filed an IUB filing just recently addressing, among other things, property values. It says if you have panels on your property, chances are your assessed value will go up. If you don't have panels on your property and you can see it, your assessed value may go down as much as 10%. So in yours, you've got the independent studies that we used, and we used it because those were based on home sales and weren't purchased by us. They were independent. View is considered an amenity. Bad view is considered a disamenity, which means it's going to affect your property value. And I ran the numbers for you. There are several that are non-participating landowners that could lose as much at 7%, $15,000 per home. I don't know what you're going to do, but this is the beginning, and there's only give or take 50 total within a 1-mile radius of the Coggon plant, but there'll be a whole lot more for the next 2 projects. So you need to find a way to make the non-participating landowners whole. I don't have the answer to that, but I think you need to do it because eventually they're going to file and they're going to ask for their assessed values to be reduced, and it will mean less tax revenue. So please take that into consideration in whatever decision you make. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last scheduled speaker for this evening is Katie Rock.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay. My name is Katie Rock, and I'm the campaign representative for the Sierra Club Beyond Coal campaign in Iowa. I'm based out of Des Moines. I'll be quick because everyone has already said the points that I wanted to make. We have been tracking this project, and we are supportive, and I hope that you will vote in favor of it. The 2 main things that we track with a project like this are that it's sited responsibly, which Pam Mackey-Taylor has been keeping an eagle eye on and very vocal about. The other piece that we track is that it leads to a clean energy economy that is centered around justice and equity. And so since it is sited responsibly and we support that, I was very happy to see that you signed a local labor agreement as part of this project. And we did work on that through the work of our Blue-Green Alliance. It sounds like there were not great communication for landowners, as the Farm Bureau guy mentioned, within the setback boundary, which is important. And there are some fair concerns and risks tied to that I hope could be remedied. But I don't think that should impede the vote tonight. But I do want to say that I do hope that the advice of Mr. Gallagher is heeded, because if the goal is to seed native prairie under these panels, 18 inches is way too low. If you want to do it in a prairie strip style, that's not going to be a good fit for Iowa native seed mixes. There is research that exists on grazing native seed mixes through Iowa State and Practical Farmers of Iowa, and there is a trade association for the American Solar Grazing Association that's fairly new, so that can be a resource as well. But it would also be a boon for local agriculture because you could have a grazing contract for maintenance instead of a mowing contract. So hope you will vote yes. And that's it. I'm the last commenter, everyone. We can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do see some hands raised, wishing to make comments.
Where you go, man?
Hold on. You're on the list, but you didn't have it wasn't check marked. It says here if you wish to speak, and there's a lot of names that aren't check marked. So if I missed your names, if you guys want to keep, I mean, we're here all night. It's 10 o'clock. If you do you believe that your comments will add value to what? Laura? Not checked. But if you, yeah, so, okay, if you want to make a comment, go for it. Nope, go for it.
It's 10 o'clock, I'm sorry. My name is Laura Robinson. My address is 2094 Lynn, Delaware Road, Coggon, Iowa. And I apologize, we've been here for 4 hours. I get that. I just want to say that for the past year, that's probably the average amount of sleep that I have gotten because of the stress that our family's going under. So I know what this is like for everybody. About a year ago, our family was attending a Linn County Board of Supervisors meeting. We heard the comment, "The world is run by those who attend." We took it to heart, and I've lost count how many Board of Supervisors meetings, planning and development meetings, Board of Adjustment meetings, you name it, we've attended. It's been a learning process, and you know, it also works the other way. We've offered several invitations to visit our home in our area to the Linn County officials. Mr. Zumba, you're from the area, you know what our farm looks like and what the site is like. And Mr. Charlie Nichols, you've been out, and Mr. John Resler, assistant, I believe, county engineer, has been out, and we thank them both for coming and allowing us to show. And supervisors, your vote's going to determine if this industrial solar site next to my home passes or it doesn't pass. And I want to personally thank Mr. Rogers for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to our home. Our family was able to visit with you around our kitchen table. We had a great afternoon or morning, I can't remember, and you even got to meet our dog, Stanley.
It was his birthday.
Yeah. Most importantly, though, you were able to see what our small farm is like. You were able to see how close it is to this proposed site, as well see the protective farm ground involved. I think the CSR next to our buildings is right at 88 CSR. We drove around the area and you were able to see the neighbors who have their homes here, those opposing the site where it doesn't belong, and you were also able to visit with Mr. Greg Bickle and see how his koi fish farm would be affected by the project. I just want to say thank you for caring and seeing firsthand a part of Linn County you may have never seen before. Finally, I'd like to close with a quote from a man named Matthew Crane, and it was published just a few days ago. He's a farmer, and he said, "I was in a meeting back in 2010 where we were told experts were predicting that to feed the population we need to double our food production by the year 2050. Let's see, 2050, that's roughly 30 years from now. On the number of acres that were in production back in 2010, the U.S. as a whole lost 54,534,926 acres on farm, 48,890,864 acres of cropland between 1997 and 2017. We have to look to the future and preserve the productive farmland for the next generations for our food supply. Supervisors, please remember how you vote affects the lives of people. It affects us physically. It affects us mentally. It affects our homes and all we've worked for. We are Linn County residents, and we have been. We've been paying our tax dollars. We've been following the rules. Please, think of us, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. For those who, my apologies, if you did sign up, but there was not a check mark next to your name, or if I skipped it, if you still wish to make a public comment, please come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Fred Hubler. I live at 9422 Deer Ridge Drive, Cedar Rapids. I attended the meeting in Hawkeye Downs, and I asked the question if anybody could name a single wind or solar project that reduced electricity rates. Nobody could. And the reason is that we can't control the wind or the sun. So we still need baseload generation. And that forces the baseload generators to operate at a fraction of their capacity and drives up rates. A lot has been said about the potential of solar here tonight. Very few have expressed any concern about ratepayers, but I'd like to just go over the experience that California is going through right now. They have invested so much in solar that they have to sometimes pay Arizona and Nevada to take the excess because they are required either by a power purchase agreement or by the fact that they can't shut off a solar panel to accept everything that solar produces. Well, it produces the most at midday. If there's no demand for it at midday, they pay Arizona or Nevada to take the excess. But the most of the demand is in the morning or in the evening. So even though they have all this solar, they have about the highest electricity rates in the country, except for maybe Hawaii, Alaska, and a few New England states. They have the highest rates in the country. Somebody mentioned earlier about how expensive it is, how expensive nuclear is to develop. But France generates nearly 80% of its electricity with nuclear. They do it safely and economically. And even with 60-year-old technology in this country, nuclear has been probably the safest source of electricity we have. The reason that it's so expensive here is that there are anti-nuclear groups that tie it up in legal proceedings. They would not even permit disposal of nuclear waste at Yucca Mountain, even though that area was used for nuclear weapons testing in the 1950s. I guess I'll stop there. I could go on, but.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Quinn Slavin, and I'm a lifelong Iowa resident. And I'll keep this very brief, but I think this decision ultimately comes down to landowner rights and the decision of a property owner being able to decide what is best for their property. We would not tell our neighbors when to plant their crops, where to build a shed, or whether or not they can put up a fence, and this decision should not be any different. There are so many benefits to investing in a solar project and welcoming a solar project to your property, and we should not deprive landowners of investing in that, of getting that additional income and losing the right to manage their own property. So thank you for being here tonight, and I hope you vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Quinn. Thank you. Sarah, did you want to comment? Okay. Sir?
Hi there, Nick Boink, 905 36th Street Southwest, Bondurant, Iowa. Just wanted to touch on a couple things. Ag land preservation was mentioned quite a bit. This is a resource, in fact, and a tool for farmers to preserve their land. We mentioned it's temporary. This is temporary land use versus, say, permanent residential or commercial land use. A Walmart can never be turned back into agricultural land. This can, and in fact, benefit after years of rest and restoration. The CSR would be seemingly improved after years of natural vegetation on this land, and therefore their grandsons, granddaughters of the participating farmers can consider this not just about or an investment in the Iowa energy future, or really an investment in their family farm, in their future, and their grandsons and daughters. So that's one point. The other point really is about the competitive advantage, touched on briefly and not enough, I don't believe. Our state has attracted investments, billions of dollars of investments, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Facebook, Amazon, you name it, that have sustainability portfolios that they look for in the state of Iowa. Ron Corbett, Mayor, Speaker Corbett mentioned, it's not just Des Moines, it's not just Polk County that needs to have this competitive advantage. This is Linn County's opportunity to now show and lead the way, especially with subsequent projects as well, to show that the portfolio in Linn County is better than any other county in the state of Iowa, giving them a competitive advantage to now bring in billions of dollars of investments. So not just your 150 jobs, your 300 jobs and local jobs, but thousands more subsequently for every project that follows suit that comes because of an investment in Iowa versus Nebraska and in Cedar Rapids versus Davenport. This is the competitive advantage that this opportunity presents for Cedar Rapids and Linn County. And lastly, I just want to thank the county for the decades of work to come up with a comprehensive plan. It's not the county that wrote, goal number 1 and 2. It's the citizens that presented that via sourcing those from the county. So it's their top of mind. And you guys have not just willy-nilly gone to address it and make right by your citizens, but put together a very intensive, comprehensive, thorough, comprehensive plan and zoning processes that are more comprehensive than anything I've seen across the state. So I appreciate that. Those are my comments, and I hope you support the project. I support the project myself.
Thanks, Nick. Last call for anyone else, ma'am?
Hello. Nancy Petrilla, 3796 Alice Road, Toddville. I actually have a boatload of questions, but I think I'll email them to you for the next meeting. I'm going to make one comment about tonight. I was kind of keeping track of who came up and said, yes, I want solar. No, I don't want solar. I came up with 20 people that are pro-solar. I come up with 16, which includes me, that do not want the solar farms. Of the 20, 15 of them represented businesses. Of the 16 of the ones that are against solar, one person, Farm Bureau, who is representing farmers, but in fairness, I'm going to put him with the business. And the rest of us are homeowners. Just ask you to take that into consideration, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Anyone else? Yep, absolutely. Okay, Charlie, summary of questions for staff and/or applicant. Yep. This is questions for the applicant. Number 1, will landowners be notified if tile is damaged during construction? Mr. Galalago.
The answer to that is yes. One of the things we try to do when we've dealt with farms, solar farms that have drain tiles in is to locate them first. It's really tough to locate because a lot of times these drain tiles have not been put in with, say, a set of plans, an as-built drawing, something like that that identifies them, because they've been in for a long time in some cases. But what we do is if we hit one, which typically you find out, sometimes you don't. And what we have instructed our contractors to do is to fix them at that time. Now, if it's I'm not sure exactly how all these tiles run through this property, but if it's something that's draining from a neighbor's property and they were to have an issue, obviously we take care of it, especially if it's caused by our construction efforts. So we treat it on a case-by-case basis. That's how we always have done it. No different than, if we hit some other kind of obstruction that's in the ground when we're constructing a project. So.
Okay, thank you. The second question is, will adjacent landowners receive a map of drainage tile locations once the maps are made?
So I can address that again. So if we put in an improvement on the property, we're required to do an as-built drawing. So if we go in, let's say, and during the course of construction, we put a conductor in the ground or we put a pile in the ground for a foundation. It is mapped. That at the end of the project, we have a set of drawings that shows each improvement on that project. If there were a drain tile that was moved because of a foundation, a trench, or otherwise, that new drain tile location would be mapped. So if an adjacent farmer wants a copy of that new mapped area for that drain tile, we have no problem giving them a copy of that. So,
wonderful. The last question is, what do locals in parentheses, what do local jobs mean?
So local jobs for us means right now our commitment to the local labor force that you've seen here tonight. We always want to hire local. That's always our plan for every project we go into. I have seen people from all walks of life work on our projects. Are we in a competitive market right now? Yes, we are. But our first line of defense is going to be the local labor force. And we're hoping that with our partnership here with RES and these local labor providers, that we're going to be successful in staffing these projects to get completed in a timely fashion. So that's what we're hopeful. That's what we mean by local, is using the local labor force.
Wonderful. Thank you for uplifting that. Anything else, Charlie? Okay. So we've come to the point now where we have done the public comments, the summary of the questions. I will now seek a motion and a second for us to close this public hearing. Is there a motion and a second to that effect?
So moved.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. The public hearing is now closed, and we can now move on to first consideration. Again, this is a first consideration on ordinance rezoning the parcels that I spoke of from agriculture to agriculture with renewable energy overlay.
I will move first consideration.
So there's been a motion to move. Do you need a new mic? Okay.
You can just yell it out, Louis. What was your motion? To approve first consideration.
So the motion has been moved and seconded so that we can have robust discussion on first consideration. So I would open it up to my colleagues. Supervisor Zumbaugh, would you care to go first?
Sure. You'll have to bear with me. I got a lot of notes. I'll be a little bit all over the place. I'd like to thank Mr. Bill, is it Cherrier from SIPCO? You opened up the fact that this has all been brought forward because of the closure for Dwayne Arnold. I 100% support that. You said that. I was in the Iowa House when that happened. It's unfortunate that the Utilities Board let that happen, and now we're based on a chase for tax credits to provide our power. And I firmly believe that if tomorrow gerbils on a wheel became the tax credit of choice by whoever deems that solar would be left behind and we'd be talking about gerbils on a wheel. But we're not there. We're here, so I'll move on from that. One thing that I find, I've probably got as many emails on this as I had for anything that I had got emails on when I was in the Iowa House. But the thing I find most amazing is many of the people that were here tonight were at our office this morning for a carbon pipeline. And I find it kind of amazing. I wish the gentleman that's now the new mayor of Mount Vernon was still here so I could ask him just which backyard is he most interested in. Because the fact is, we all have a backyard. Everybody in this room, probably in the county, gets real concerned when things are in their backyard. And so throughout all the emails I've gotten, I just want everybody to be conscious when they're sending that out and they push send. I write a lot of things. My daughter in the back there cleans them up for me so they sound good, but then I never send them. I chicken out in the end because I don't believe in the courage of the internet, I guess. But is what I'm getting at is that we're all guilty of not wanting something in our backyard, every one of us. I cut my teeth on politics with the solid waste agency. Then I believe it was called Blue Stem. I didn't want it in my backyard. Became very good friends with some people in this room over that, and we've been lifetime friends because of it. Probably the only good thing that happened out of that whole situation. But anyhow, with carbon pipelines, possibly too, rapidly filling up solid waste agency and this, everyone in here is going to be guilty at some point of being not wanting it in their backyard. Mr. John Kurdasic, we had a very nice conversation. Was it last week? Monday, you know? I think when I asked John to stick around after the meeting, he probably thought we were going to be on opposite ends. We ended up very much in agreement on many topics, including the fact that the western portion of the United States, which is under severe drought, Lake Mead's going dry. I'm not saying it's dry, but it's severely depleted. I believe the hydroelectric power is at 66%. At some point, they'll have to make a choice on what they're going to water out west, and I believe that that's probably the best location for large solar farms, and that we should leave Iowa's soil and what God gave us to food production. However, the people of District 3 didn't elect me solely for what I believe in. They elected me for what they did as a whole. So with that, I would like to, I guess, Charlie, is this when I can do that? What's that?
You can do whatever you want, Supervisor.
Okay. During deliberation, if there's other conditions you would like to add to this case or other things that you would like to find out in the future, this would be the point where you could propose new conditions to be discussed.
One of those conditions I'd like to make in the form of a motion would be to adopt the NRCS's, John Gallagher's recommendations of the panel height and the seed covering. And I'd ask that in the form of a motion, I guess.
Right, so if I understand parliamentary procedure, we are discussing, we've opened first consideration. I believe he could make an amendment to.
Yeah, I wonder if, and we can do that and make an amendment, and but I wonder if it makes more sense, Supervisor, to sort of articulate what it is you're most concerned about as we are deliberating, and
then make the motion? Okay, we can do that.
Toward the end of the deliberations, or after the deliberations even? Or do we have to vote at the end of this deliberation? Because I don't want to go like point by point, you know, making a motion here on this condition or not. I think that would be tedious. But you're the chair.
Right, so I don't think that we could have made motions to the to first consideration without actually being in first consideration. So however we want to achieve this, whether it's that first consideration would also include the amendments that we make. So I'm not saying one way or the other. You can make a motion, or Supervisor Walker, what was your suggestion that we tease these out in discussions and then?
Yeah, so I guess it's Supervisor Zumbaugh's call here on this. What I think would be more prudent is if we have discussions on the issues that we all think are important, and then we can signal that to the applicant in that way. But if you want on the record us voting on each thing that you think is important, we can go that route.
I'm going by discussions I had with our planning and zoning director. And I guess I was thinking it was going to be one at a time, but Charlie?
That's fine. We can do that.
How do you feel about Charlie?
So your motion, Supervisor Zumba, had to do with 28-inch panel height, and what was the second part of that?
And the seeding.
Was there
the seed mix? I do not know what his seed mix was. It's in his email to us, and I think John is still here if you'd want to talk, if he'd want to ask him.
Okay.
But basically, I just want to take the recommendations of the NRCS office.
Okay, so 28-inch panel height and seed mix, is that yours in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I will second for sake of discussion.
Discussion.
So here is, I guess what I was going to say, sort of in totality. I was, too, in receipt of John Gallagher's email, and I have a few notes here, some things I'd want to drill down further with the applicant. My approach to this, and I'll state this clearly for everyone here, is my approach for this was to allow for one public hearing, another public hearing, and get to the final public hearing, because I think that there will be more questions that folks can ask. I am certainly not in favor of voting to kill this project in the first hearing. I don't think that would be wise. I think we have a lot more to learn and certainly more voices to be heard. And so with that, I also am not sure it would be prudent to lay out so many hard and fast absolutes at this point, because there may be room for additional learnings as these hearings go on. So I will say that, and then I will also say, Supervisor Zumba, I think you are right to want to heed the advice of our resident experts here on the subjects when it comes to panel heights, when it comes to certain soil mixes, so on and so forth. But I'm not in a position right now, I think, to make that a condition without further consultation. I think, John, when did you send that email? Was it earlier today? Was it Friday? Okay, so I'm probably going to get there, Supervisor Zumba, and this may be a moot point depending on how Supervisor Rogers votes, but I think there has to be a little more crosstalk that happens in these hearings before I vote to support that particular one.
Okay, and we also do have opportunities in second consideration to also, but since this is a motion and a second, I have the utmost trust with John Gallagher as it relates to everything soil and water. If he believes that 28 inches of the panel height and a certain seed mix is most appropriate, and we also have the approval of our planning and zoning or planning and development director, I don't have any problems supporting this, as well as having more robust discussion on it Thursday. We still might be here Thursday. Supervisor Zumba, anything else?
As far as other
Nope,
recommendations,
just on this
or
issue.
this one?
On this issue.
I'm good with voting on this one.
Okay. So the motion is for 28-inch panel height and seed mix. All those in favor, this would be adding an additional condition for first consideration. Is there, if there isn't any other discussion, I'll call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. Supervisor Zumba, do you have?
Yes.
What else you got?
This one's a little trickier for me because my main occupation in life is I'm a farmer. And although I would not be interested in doing this on my property, I understand that people do have property rights. But the people across the road have property rights also, and further on down the road. And so I would suggest that we, also in the form of a motion, I guess, that we adopt a 1,250-foot setback to be split by the 300 that we already have, and a 950-foot, I'm going to call it a soft setback, and that could be negotiated between the building owner and I suppose in this case Clenera, because those people have rights also. And so I think I picked 1250 because the state of Iowa has deemed that a pork facility at 1,250, I believe that's a 2,400 head unit, at 1,250 feet does not damage your property value. Now that's a whole different argument I get, but at least it's on the books, so that's where it came from. I believe that would protect the people that live around there, because as you know, when we talked about doing the moratorium, that was one of our biggest issues, was people's house values or building values, and this would be a way that they could determine that on their own. It wouldn't be determined by us. It would be determined by the two parties that are involved, and it doesn't really encumber the landowner that would be involved in the project. It may alter the footprint, I understand that, but it certainly doesn't stop the project from moving forward. So I would add that in the form of a motion also.
So that is the
1,250 foot, 950 soft. I'm going to call it soft for lack of knowing.
Okay, so what you said is adopt a 1,250 foot setback to be split by 300 already in there and 950 soft setback negotiated between building owner and Clenera.
That's why we have you, Becky, to keep us straight.
That's your motion?
Yes.
So I'll second for sake of discussion.
Now, Louis, when you say building owner, is that different than the landowner?
It would be for the non-participating neighbors, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah, not for the participating ones. They've already done their deal. It'd be for the non-participating.
Okay, so these are non-participating. The reason I ask is because the building owner, I don't know if people may own the house but not the land or the farm around them.
Right.
So I just want to.
It'd be for the non-participating property owners.
Okay.
Okay, discussion.
So here again, I hope my colleagues can see the wisdom of this approach. We are articulating conditions here without necessarily having the benefit of hearing from the applicant after study how this could fundamentally alter a project here. So we've issued a condition because Supervisor Zumba has done some research on, where'd you get that number from, the CAFOS or?
Yes.
Right? And so I'm not sure how prudent it is for us to start laying these out as conditions without being able to talk with our experts, outside experts, and the applicant about how the project changes, which is why I think it's more prudent to say, here are some of the things this board thinks are really important. We have another hearing on Thursday.
Correct.
You have a couple days between now and then to present to us on Thursday whether or not you can feasibly meet this, and if you can't, why not? You've heard, we'll give them time to talk to impacted landowners or adjacent landowners. I just worry about us making conditions in this fashion without more information of how those conditions might impact the project positively or negatively. So I again will be a no vote. Not that I think the condition is unreasonable, Supervisor Zumba, but I just think we have to talk to more stakeholders before we start creating hard and fast rules for this project. So that is my position.
Thank you. Any other discussion? We're all clear on the motion? Seeing no other discussion, I'll go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
The motion carries 2-1. So now we can take a vote on first consideration with the two different conditions. Does that seem?
Supervisor Zumba, do you have more?
I don't have any more to make in the form of a motion, but I do have
Go for it.
a couple more. Okay. This come up from tonight. That's why I don't have it in the form of a motion. It also carries over from the carbon pipeline. We've been urged by different people that we should get our own independent overseer, if you will, of the pipeline potential pipeline that may be coming through. I wonder if we shouldn't look into that maybe we should have our own person or company that oversees the construction. Because I know many people, trust is an issue here, and it's well-deserved issue. It's a little bit, I'm not sure if it's a SIPCO issue or if it's I guess since you're the chair of SIPCO, correct? I'm not sure if it's your issue or if it's REC's issue, but you've had some tile issues for like 8 years that haven't been fixed. And so that creates a trust issue when it comes to building this. And so I hadn't thought about it until it was brought up tonight, and several different people talked about it. And so I'm not ready to make a motion for it, but I think we should consider getting a third party to oversee the construction. But I'm not ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to word that. And I'm also concerned about the decommissioning and using the salvage value, but I'm not ready to do anything with that either.
Okay.
So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for those points. Throughout this process, the board has not negotiated with Clonera as an applicant. That has really been left to our planning and development director. And I will leave it to them for Charlie to meet with Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Galago, and Jared and others to discuss these conditions. Obviously, we have our second consideration Thursday evening back here. To Supervisor Walker's point, there may have to be a lot of robust discussion between then and now on how these conditions could impact positively and negatively their plans. We can obviously address that at second consideration as well. So I guess I would seek a motion in a second to approve first consideration with the two conditions of the 28-inch panel height with seed mix and the adoption of 1,250-foot setback.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second for sake of discussion.
Excellent. Any discussion?
And with the fear of sounding like a broken record, I'll just state again, first off, my thanks to everyone who's attended. My thanks to my colleagues, my thanks to the staff, my thanks to the sheriff's deputies for being here. This has been a lengthy process. And with that said, again, I will signal that I will vote negatively here only because I'm not sure if we've followed an ideal process. And with that, I will also say to Supervisor Zumba, who is extraordinarily well-read in this area and has a lot of real-world experience with rural and agricultural issues, that I'm not taking issue with your conditions. I just wonder if between now and Thursday, if between planning and development, conversations with the applicant, with other stakeholders, there may even be, heaven forbid, but there may even be a wiser course of action than what these conditions that I don't want to say arbitrarily came up with, but what we've just come up with now. I think there might, I think it again might be more prudent to signal the intent of the board, the wishes of the board, and to see what these major stakeholders can come up with. So I just want to make that very clear that that's why I'll be voting negatively on this motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Again, I want to echo the sentiment of my colleague for everyone's participation here tonight. As Laura Robinson pointed out, I'm fond of saying decisions are made by those who show up. So I appreciate people taking time out of their day to be here, going on almost 5 hours. It's important. It's important for the participating landowners. It's important for the non-participating landowners that we do this correctly. As one of the gentlemen said towards the end of this meeting, making sure that the public interest is held at the very top of what we're deciding here. So I know there's going to be a lot of discussions that are going to happen outside of the board meeting with staff and representatives of Clenera. Certainly, we look forward to those additional discussions Thursday where we will meet here. So, without any other discussion, all those in favor of first consideration with the conditions signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes 2-1. So we will, again, as I stated in my intro, changes can be made in first consideration and second consideration if it does turn out that there is a wiser course of action, or that if setback distance or panel heights need to be addressed, we can also address those at that time. So certainly I look forward to that robust discussion. Seeing no other business before us, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.